Good evening. We're ready to begin. The Planning Commission is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note the customers essentially can view this program in high definition on channel 1002. I'd also like to note that there are agendas on each side of the podium here, the speaking podium, for people to pick up for this evening's meeting. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yep.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? Present.
Here. Commissioner Schlotman.
Present.
Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Here.
Commissioner Rausch.
Present.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions in the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available on both sides here. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate your adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Thank you. All comments. Number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion as well as the amount of time any single speakers allowed may be limited. All comments made on this item for specific actions will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to be heard under this portion of the agenda? Need your name and address for the record, please, sir.
George Chikakis, 2655.
Could you spell your last name for us?
Gekakis.
Thank you.
2655 South Rainbow Boulevard, Las Vegas. I am item number 87, dead last on the agenda, and I have all-day meetings tomorrow and Thursday with the city, and I was just asking if I could be moved forward. I have staff's recommendations for approval, and you also approved me last year on this same agenda item. I'm just adding a vacant lot to the property.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to be heard? Seeing no one, we'll move on to item number 5 for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meetings of December 12th, 2017 and January 9th, 2018. I'll ask Commissioner Toussaint to make the motion since
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair wasn't here.
I move to approve.
For clarity on December 12th minutes,
Yes.
we have two different, okay.
Yes.
This is for December 12th, 2017. Motion on the floor.
I was in the back for the public comment.
1 second, I'll get to you. Thank you. That motion carries.
I move to approve the January minutes.
Motion's on the floor for January 9th, 2018 Planning Commission meetings. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Get your name and address for the record.
Laura Kohlberg, 612 Ampere Lane, 89145. I understand that our agenda item has been deferred for 1 month, but we could make comments still tonight.
What's the specific number?
I don't have anything that had the number on it except the postcard that I mailed back.
So it'll be, the items will be read out, and if it is an abeyance item at that point, if you want to come up to speak specifically to the abeyance, it'll be open for the public at that point.
I think we're at the end of the agenda, and it's been deferred.
Actually, all the abeyance items.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that item would be item 84, and it is a housekeeping item for an abeyance.
Okay, so that'll be heard shortly as far as all the abeyance items on whether it should be abated or not, so you'll have an opportunity then.
All right,
Thanks,
sorry.
and it's item 84, no problem. Moving on to item number 6 for possible action, any items to the Planning Commission staff or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. We're going to move on to our housekeeping items. Are there any items that the commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action? And I will start. I will have numbers 88, Director's Business, pulled forward. And then we'll also, I'd like to pull forward number 87, SDR 72338.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I will be pulling forward item number 37 this evening, which is an abeyance item, and if the people are here to speak on it, I'd like to speak with them. Thank you.
Anyone else have any items on the commission? Can I get your name and address for the record?
Suzanne Emerson, EMERSON, 7801 Dana Point Court, Las Vegas. And we'd like to be heard tonight. Item number 37.
Item number 37, okay, it will be pulled forward for discussion.
Mr. Perhaps we should go through the housekeeping items first, and then
Okay.
you figure out which ones you want to pull off and
Okay.
then which ones. Thank you.
Do you want me to wait to give my name till we come back up?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the housekeeping items. Staff is requesting an abeyance for item 18 to the May 8th Planning Commission meeting to allow for additional changes.
Okay.
The applicant is requesting to table item 20. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for item 21 to the March 13th Planning Commission meeting. This is the fourth request for abeyance on this item. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 23 to 25 to the March 13th Planning Commission meeting. This is the third request for these items. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 26 through 28 to the March 13th Planning Commission meeting. This is the third request for these items. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 35 and 36 to the March 13th Planning Commission meeting. This is the second request for these items. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for item 37 to the May 8th Planning Commission meeting. This is the second abeyance request for this item. And then lastly, the applicant is requesting an abeyance for item 84 to the March 13th Planning Commission meeting, and this is the first request for this item.
Okay, thank you. And so I'll entertain a motion from Vice Chair Quinn.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yep. Commissioner Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since item 21 is the fourth abeyance request, doesn't there have to be some type of compelling reason why we would approve a fourth abeyance? Normally, we go to three, correct?
Normally, Mr. Chair, if I may? Normally after the second abeyance, it's required that the applicant give you good cause, that you find good cause as to why it should be abated for a third time. So items number 21 looks like it's their fourth abeyance, 23 it's their third abeyance. So anything above the two abeyances would require you to find have a finding of good cause.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Creer, regarding item number 21, Councilwoman Tarkanian had a neighborhood meeting on Thursday, letting these neighbors know that this item was going to be held again at this meeting. Therefore, by acting on it now or pulling it forward or doing anything out of that request that she made would be disrespectful to the neighbors as well as to my councilwoman. Therefore, I would like to keep this on the abeyance items and hear it as it says, which is in March. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, I'm fine with that then, if that's the reasoning.
Okay, Commissioner Roush.
I want to thank Commissioner Creer for asking that question. I had the same question of staff and of our city attorney to say, what is the policy when it comes to third and fourth requests for abeyances? As far as I'm concerned, when it gets to the point after you've had two abeyances, two is almost too many. You know, three is way too many. So I'm seeing a pattern develop here where there's becoming a standard operating procedure for business with some developers and some consultants where they continue to ask for abeyances so that they can either wear the neighborhood down or, I don't know if they're charging the applicant more. I don't know. It's not my business. All I know is it's clogging our agenda. I'll give you an example. My 19-year-old son comes home, and every day he takes his clothes off and he leaves them by his bed. And after about 3 weeks, I finally make him do his laundry because I can't find his bed anymore. So that's the situation we're in. You know, we have an agenda that is jam-packed. We were here last time until 2:30 in the morning. And I'm just going to go on the record to say I'm not going to look fondly anymore on third request, fourth request. I mean, are we going to get to the point where we're having a 10th request for an abeyance? It's ridiculous. So I think that I'd like to send a message to everyone that if you're going to ask for a second request, then please be ready to speak and please be ready to perform. And with all due respect to Commissioner Quinn, I do understand and I respect the fact that sometimes the councilman or councilwoman will request that there be some time to meet with the neighborhood on a very sensitive issue. But I'm just seeing far too many applications that are kicking the can, and I don't like it. So just on the record.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Let's hold it down so we can keep it going. Thanks for your comments, Commissioner Roush.
So are we ready then for a motion on the abeyance?
I'm sorry, we'll actually have to have the applicant come up on 23, Chair, and on 26 through 28 to explain why that's good cause for the third abeyance request.
Yeah, yes, let's do that. And also, on item number 84, there are some people here to talk about that. So why don't we start with items... Commissioner DeSalvio?
Yeah, if I could speak on behalf of 23 through 25, you know, we're diligently working with the HOA and the community. I mean, it's a sensitive, this is my Queensridge, so I'm not about to, you know, if they need a, you know, another abeyance or whatever it's going to make this harmonious and compatible to this community, I just allow me to work with them and the councilwoman to make sure that we can make as many people in this situation as happy as possible.
I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to echo Commissioner DeSalvio's comments. He knows that I'm working, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. I represent a couple of HOAs, as Mr. DeSalvio knows, out in the area, and we are working with him and we are working with the applicant to try to see if we can come to some type of agreement to make this work for the area. So that's why we're in support of the abeyance.
Okay, thank you very much. And then on applications 26 through 28, do we have the applicant here? Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. I actually believe this is only our second request for abeyance. Commissioner Slotman and I met in January. We decided to hold it over because we didn't like the way the staff report appeared in terms of the amount of trees. We fixed that. And then the applicant also decided to add a car wash to their service station. And staff needed time to reflect that in their analysis.
Okay, thank you. And on application number 84, we'll have a discussion on that quickly. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Gabriel Culp, 1300 C Street. Line item 20, there was a request made by my consultant to curb that for 6 months. I would like to cancel that and actually go forward with voting on my line item 20 if possible.
Sorry, so we were talking about item number 84. Are you here for number?
No, number 20, variance 71504.
Okay, so you're requesting to be heard tonight?
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing? Okay,
Please.
thank you. And finally, with item number 84, get your name and address for the record.
Laura Kohlberg, 612 Ampere Lane. I'm speaking on behalf of a group of neighbors who were not aware that it was going to be a deferred item tonight, a bait item. So we just wanted to go ahead and say what we were going to say since we made it down here. This is for an application for a short-term rental that's in a very peaceful, quiet residential neighborhood, and we don't want that to change. But the Planning Commission and City Council already approved a 4-story apartment complex that's going up right at the end of our street, which is already changing the nature of our neighborhood. And so we hope that you will take action to not approve this request because it would further degrade our neighborhood's nature. But also the renter that's currently in that property has had some inappropriate contact with children in our neighborhood, and we don't
Mr.
want
Chairman.
things like that to continue.
We can't, this is specifically for the abeyance, and I can't go down the road of all these other things. And
Okay.
So what you're saying is you'd like it to be heard tonight, is what you're saying?
We would love it to be heard.
I just want to make sure it's clear for the record. I'm not sure which way it's going to go, but I just want to make sure that that's what you want for the record.
Okay.
So,
And Mr. Chairman, if I may,
please.
if we, I mean, because we heard a lot of people talking about wanting to hold certain things in abeyance and certain things to be held in, or to be heard tonight. So I'd respectfully ask for you to have the individual items heard that wanted to be held in abeyance versus what, you know, we might hear tonight, and not have it as one consent agenda item or one motion, one vote, and have two different votes on or individual votes on each of those particular items. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, Commissioner, for clarity, you're requesting that each item on the housekeeping items are heard individually? For abeyance?
If they're for abeyance.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. Just for your information, the applicant on number 84 is not here this evening.
Thank you. Okay. So moving along, I'm going to close the public portion. Thank you for coming up and speaking.
What do we do now?
Vice Chair, we're going to have a motion and go through the housekeeping items.
All right, I'm ready.
That's your...
I'm ready. Surprisingly, I'm ready here.
Okay.
Okay, so here we go. So we have, starting with item number 18, that is being held. Item number 20 was tabled. To the, I'm sorry, to the, 18 was held to the,
So do you want to hear them individually, the items, as it's being requested or not?
I would like to respect Trinity's request, and so how would you like me to read each one at a time, Commissioner? One at a time, sir?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe what the Commissioner has requested is that each group of applications that are being asked to be obeyed, so for each project, if you'd read each project and let that abeyance request go individually. So item 18 would go, then item 19, or item 20 would go, item 21, and then 23 through 25 would go as one, as one motion and in a vote on each of those abeyance requests.
So, okay, so I'll start with item number 18 through you, Trinity. Okay, so number 18 is SDR 738-72382, which is an application for the City of Las Vegas to build a 13,513 square foot government facility. Staff is asking for this item to be held till May 8th. So is there anybody, so that's good, okay.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor for item number 18, a motion to obey.
obeyed. The motion is for abeyance.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Okay, then we're going to move on to item number 20, which is abeyance item variance 71504.
Mr. Chair, the gentleman asked that that be heard tonight.
Yeah, he's
Number 20?
to be heard.
He wants to hear that one.
Number 20 is requesting to be heard, although
Yes.
it's tabled. Okay, so, where is he?
I have a question about that.
Commissioner Crew.
Was that the applicant who? Yes. Okay. So he said that it was his partner or somebody who submitted it.
Gabriel Culp, 1300 C Street. I have a architectural consultant that was working on it that didn't inform me that he wanted to
Excuse
table
me,
it
sir,
for
name and
6
address,
months.
please, for the record this evening on abeyance item number 20. Your name and address for the record, please. So our-
Gabriel Culp, 1300 C Street.
Could you spell your last name, please?
Culp, C-U-L-P as in Peter.
Thank you, sir. Ready.
It was tabled without my knowing, so I didn't want to table this any longer. I've already had 2 abeyances on this, again, without my knowledge on it. I'm not informed of it until after the fact, so I would just like to get it done. I've been trying to get this done for about 6 months now, and
It's tabled.
I need to move forward on this project.
Mr. Chairman,
Through you, Commissioner.
if this item has not been tabled and the applicant doesn't want to hear, wants to hear it tonight, I'd go ahead and hear it. But it's your call.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will pull item 20 and be heard on the regular agenda.
Okay. Do we need to make a vote on that, or do we just move on?
No, you don't.
We just move on.
Okay, this is all new to us, just, we've never read them individually. Been here 10 years, this is a little bit new of a thing tonight, but I think it's important. So now we're moving on to item number 21, which is an abeyance item, and it's SUP 71431. The applicant owner is the church, and this is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and the motion for this item is for an abeyance
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
till the March 21st meeting.
That's March 13th.
I'm sorry, March 13th.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to related items, number 23 through 25. And number 23 is abeyance item SUP 71980. The applicant owner is the Farm Capital Management Company for a proposed 4,885 square foot liquor establishment tavern, 550 square feet of outdoor dining space and waivers to allow a distance separation of 0 feet from a school and 150 feet from a child care facility where 400 feet is required. The applicant has asked that this be held in abeyance until the March 13th Planning Commission meeting. The related item with this is item number 24, SUP 71981, which is a special use permit for a proposed gaming establishment restricted use with a waiver to allow 140-foot distance separation from a single-family detached dwelling where 330 feet is required. This is in Councilwoman Fiore's district, and this is also being asked to be held until March 13th. And then the other item that goes with these two is item number 25, which is abeyance SDR 71983. And this is a request for a development plan review for proposed 4,800 square foot restaurant with liquor on the establishment as a tavern with 550 square feet of outdoor dining space. Again, this is in Councilwoman Fiore's neighborhood, and this is also asked to being held on the March 13th meeting.
Thank you. There's
Thank you.
a motion on the floor. I would note that this is the third abeyance, and there is a letter in our backup, and as stated earlier by Commissioner Quinn, working with the councilman's office on this. So there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That vote carries. That motion carries.
Thank you. And now we're moving on to related items 26 and 27 and 28. And this is abeyance item GPA 72182. The applicant owner is Stewart Plaza LLC for a possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from M, medium density residential, to SC, service commercial, at the northwest corner of Stewart Avenue and Mojave Ward. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. They're asking that this be held until the March 13th meeting as well. In conjunction with this item is related item 27, abeyance SUP 72188 for possible action on a special use permit for a proposed 4,100 square foot beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use with a proposed general retail store, which is a convenience store, with a waiver to allow 150 feet distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required. This is in Councilman Coffin's ward as well, and this would go on being held to the March 13th meeting. In conjunction with those two items is item number 28, abeyance SDR 72189, which is a site development plan review for 4,100 square foot general retail store, which is also a convenience store, with fuel pumps, and a waiver not to orient the building to the corner, which as such is required. And this also is in Councilman Coffin's ward. They're asking this to be held until the March 13th meeting. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. I'd like to also note this is the third abeyance request. The applicant was up earlier to speak at the podium with their reasonings. There's a motion that's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And thank you. Moving on to related items 35 and 36. These are abeyance items, variance 71811. The applicant owners RH Centennial LLC for a possible action on a request for a variance to allow 2.86 acres of open space where 8.2 acres is required at the southwest corner of Farm Road and Tule Springs. This is in Councilwoman Fiore's ward, and this is asking to be held until the March 13th meeting as well. The related item to this item is abeyance item SDR 7812 for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan for a conversion of commercial and open space to 154-unit multifamily development and open space with waivers to the town center development standards to allow 14 parking lot landscape islands where 26 are required, 3-story structures adjacent to low-density residential, inconsistent building designs, and to not have doorways or other approved entries every 50 feet on 41.2 acres. Staff is recommending denial. This is being held in abeyance until the March 13th, and this again is in Councilwoman Fiore's neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
I was just here to answer any questions. I'm representing the applicant and owner. Just for your information, the reason why...
Name and address.
Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant and owner. The reason for the second request for the abeyance here is, for the record, is we're continuing to meet with the HOA and the neighbors. This is a very complex land use matter that we're dealing with the open space. Nathan Taylor and I have been working very closely, and so I wanted, for the record, in case this comes up on the third abeyance, it has nothing to do about us trying to wear anybody down. We have been working in good faith to try to get a deal done, because I do not want to stand here and you don't want me here for 3 hours on a meeting. So we hopefully will have that done in 30 days, but I wanted to put that in for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. There is a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
She can just do it by voice vote. Just indicate to them.
Yes, I'm voting yes on the abeyance.
Okay, that motion...
Commissioners, it just come up on your screen.
Okay, it has come back up on the screen. Please cast your vote for item number 37. That motion carries again.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner DeSalvio.
That officially makes it the third abeyance, correct? For the record?
That's a second request.
The second?
Yes. Okay. Now that we've gone through that different process, we are going to...
We're on item number 37, which...
Oh, excuse me.
I'm sorry, abeyance item 37, special use permit 71659. I was just told that I don't have to read the entire item through the record, so I won't be doing that. This is asking to being held until May 8th, and as the planning commissioner of that ward, I would like to hear it this evening, you know.
So this was requested to be pulled forward?
Yes, it is requested to be pulled forward because there's plenty of neighbors here, and because,
Or, excuse me, pulled off of housekeeping and onto our agenda
Yep,
for
that would be
discussion
it.
tonight.
there you go.
Okay, so when that item opens, everybody will have a chance to be heard.
So they don't-
And then item... Okay, and
Would you like me to
then
read it?
item number 84, please.
Number 84, SUP 72379, they're asking to hold it until the March 13th meeting. I believe that's being pulled forward as well. Is that right, Sam?
Correct. Commissioner Roush?
Thank you, Chairman, and Vice Chair Quinn. I know there's a number of residents here to speak tonight, and in light of what I said earlier. It is unfortunate. This particular applicant was planning to be heard tonight, but they called my office and I talked with them, and we discussed the fact that there is a lot of unrest in the neighborhood about this, and I suggested to him that it might be more wise for him to meet with the neighborhood. So my recommendation to them was to have a neighborhood meeting. This was something that just happened today. I apologize, there was no way to notice you in advance, but I would like to hear all of the residents' comments tonight, if possible. Chair, is that possible, since they've come down here to hear their comments?
Okay, Commissioner Roush, we can go through the comments. I'm going to put a time limit on.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we keep it brief, maybe a minute per person, and not to be repetitive, but I would like, since they came down here, just to be respectful and let them speak.
Okay, so that will be heard. Well, we're not being heard for an up or down. Okay, so this will be heard on our regular agenda tonight, and we'll be moving forward.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. Just a quick question on item number, is it 37? Can the applicant request to have the application withdrawn without prejudice? Is that
Yep.
Dana Point?
Yes, they
Yes.
can on 37.
You're kidding.
Yeah, they can have it with.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, they
Okay.
can request that.
Then we would like to request to withdraw the application without prejudice at this time.
Name, record, and that he represents
Can I get your name, address for the record?
Nathan Taylor,
and the
8414 West Farm Road.
application? Thank you. And this is on item number 37, SUP 71659.
Is that a temporary withdrawal or a permanent?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
If I can explain, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
A withdrawal without prejudice means the applicant can bring it back at any time.
At any time?
And it also would be renoticed at that point,
That's correct.
too.
It'd be renoticed, just like you got noticed for the first
They'll
meeting.
redo it
But he
another
can,
time.
he can refile it tomorrow or the next day, at any time at this point.
Mr. Chairman,
Does that mean she can rent?
Mr. Chairman, through you,
Yes, Commissioner,
may I ask a question through the director?
please.
If this is brought back forward before us, will it have to be renoticed, or will it not have to be renoticed? I just want to make sure that everybody knows.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, as the city attorney indicated, if the applicant were to reapply, the applicant, it would go through the exact same process that it's gone through to this point. So they would apply for a particular meeting date, we would send out postcards just like we did for this item. It would have a new case number, so it would not have this case number any longer, it would have a new case number, but it would be renoticed just like any new application.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Meanwhile, can they still rent out their house on
okay,
a
so-
weekly basis or weekend basis?
We're not, it's not open for discussion on that, and I will comment on to that. So if we please, yeah, if you'd like to see business licensing, Mary down there at the end, she can speak to that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Hal Jones, 7811 Dana Point Court, just down the street. So we're not going to be heard on this if this happens and you approve it. Then we wait another 2 days, week, and we go
No,
back
sir.
through this process again. I just want to make sure I
Yeah,
have clarity
so-
on what the delay tactic is being used here.
Okay, sir,
Okay.
I don't know a specific tactic, but if it's voted that it can be withdrawn without prejudice, let me finish.
Okay.
If it can be voted that it can be withdrawn without prejudice, they would have to go through the application process again, pay the associated fees, have the proper noticing, go through the neighborhood meetings again, and then be up here on an agenda at a future date in front of this planning commission.
I'd like to ask what would be changed, because we have 55 signatures on a petition on this.
Sir, and we're not going to open up for discussion on the actual.
I'm just trying to understand, I mean.
Well, that is the process.
He's withdrawing the current application, he's withdrawing it.
Right, and we go back through this, and we go back through this, and we go back
That's
through
if he
this?
refiles it. That's if he
Okay.
refiles it.
Okay, all right, just want to understand how this works, because
Yes.
I'll show up every night.
Yeah, I
Okay.
totally understand. Thank you. For the city attorney, do we need to vote on the withdrawal? Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and to the neighbors at 7870 Dana Point, I sat with this group of people that work for Mary in code enforcement this last week, and I'm going to promise you that this address will be on the top of her desk. I will call on it because I have been told that this applicant, Mr. Taylor, who I respect very much, is operating. They are renting it out. There are things going on there that are, I have pictures, I have things sent to me that the activity is going on. So it stops now, today at 6:30 PM, because I'm going to call Mary, and I'm telling you, that code enforcement does more than any of us know. So just so your applicant knows, it's over. Got it? And I know
Yes,
you
ma'am.
know.
Yes.
But I don't think they know. But I'm going to tell you something, it's over, because this is just, it's disgraceful, truly.
Thank you,
So anyway,
Commissioner. Can I
my point
add-
is,
Can I add one more thing? Let's hold it down.
No,
Thank you.
there's nothing to clap about. It's just, it's a request to withdraw SUP 71659, and my motion is...
Without prejudice.
Without prejudice,
That motion on the floor.
although I feel a little prejudice.
That motion carries. I would also like to add that there are phone numbers and or links, I believe, on the City of Las Vegas website specific to short-term rentals through business licensing for complaints. So there are resources out there, such as business licensing, Marion Business Licensing, and the website. Okay, that was fun.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting. We're going to move on to the consent items portion of the agenda. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commissioner, a member, or applicant so desires. Okay. Commissioner Quinn, can we get a motion on the consent agenda?
Ready. One motion, one vote. Items 11, 12,
Consent agenda.
oh, the consent? Oh, sorry,
7
we're
through
all
10.
screwed up today. Sorry, friends. Consented agenda items, number 7, applicant owner, Great Wash Park, Councilman Soroka's ward. Number 7, related 8 and 9.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair. You don't have to read the consent items in, just indicate
The
items number
numbers,
7
okay.
through 10.
7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, I'm sorry, 7, 8, 9, and 10 for approval.
There's a motion on the floor for the consent agenda items.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner,
can we withdraw the request?
I'm sorry.
Or the motion and move to item 84? There's a, according to my agenda, on item 84, applicant requests this item be held in advance to the March 13th, 2018 Planning Commission hearing. Now, I think there was also somebody here that was talking about item 84, so if they want to come up and talk about that and request it to be held in advance, and fine, but I think we should hear this before we vote on the consent agenda items.
Thank you, Commissioner. I thought we went through item, I apologize. Commissioner Quinn, you want to read through 84, and we'll open it up for those discussions.
Moving on to item number 84. Here we go. It's a special use permit 72379, applicant owner Richard and Stanley Thurham for a special use permit for a short-term rental, 641 Ampry Lane in Councilman Soroka's ward.
Name and address for the
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. I'm not representing this applicant, but I was asked to request an abeyance for 30 days so that this applicant would hold a neighborhood meeting. I did speak with Commissioner Roush about this, so that's the reason for the request. It's for a neighborhood meeting.
Thank you. And I believe there was a couple people that wanted to speak specifically on item number 84 for the abeyance.
They left. They're here. You know,
So this is specific to whether it should be abate or not. If you want to come up, give your name and address for the record. Let us know if you'd like it to be abate or not. And then we'll move on for a vote on the abeyance. Please step up to the microphone.
We would like it to be heard tonight.
And get your name and address for the record.
Laura Kohlberg, 612 Ampere.
You'd like to be here? Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, I'm Keith Alexander, 721 Mary Aldo Lane. I request to be heard tonight.
Thank you, sir. Name and address, please. Thank you.
Trista Stewart, 633 Ampere Lane, and I also request for it to be heard tonight.
Thank you very much. Seeing nobody else, we're going to close it and have a motion.
Chairman Cherry, I would say that I would like to hear this item since there's people that want to be heard tonight, and versus just holding this thing in this item in advance.
Okay. Is the applicant present today?
And Chairman, regardless if the applicant's here or not here, I would still request that we hear this item tonight versus holding this for another 30 days. But that's my opinion, and I would love to hear from the rest of the commission.
Anybody have any comments specific to this? Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, I think the neighbors that came down here, we owe it to them to hear what they have to say, but the applicant isn't here. And I don't think it's fair to make a ruling on this, whether to go yay or nay, without having everybody here. And since we knew the applicant wasn't going to be here, we do owe it to these people to hear them, but I still think we need to obey it for a month.
Madam, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. Just whether we hold it or not, I'm not going to weigh in on that, but I will say this. I mean, the applicant has an application in front of the Planning Commission. The applicant doesn't want to come down to the Planning Commission meeting, then that's on the applicant. I don't think that we should be held.
Thank you.
You don't have to clap.
Please,
Yeah,
please,
it's
please,
fine.
please.
I don't clap. So the applicant knew that if they were even going to request an abeyance, there were applicants here that were requesting abeyance, but they were here just in case it didn't get abated. So one way or the other, I'm going to defer what we think we should do, but I don't think that should be taken into consideration because the applicant knew that this was coming, and if they didn't want to show up, then that's on them.
Okay, so let's hear this application tonight. That's what we're going to do.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, I will make one more comment. I mean, I've been in this town for about 15, 16 years, and if I have to show up at a meeting before the Planning Commission or City Council, I'm not going to take a vacation. I'm not going to take off. I will be at that meeting. And the neighbors that are out here tonight, they are here because they know that the item is going to be heard. And it is constantly a game of where people like push stuff off and abate stuff for 30 days just so the homeowners have to come out here And, and then it requires the homeowners to come out another 30 days later. So I do not like this. I mean, it's a short-term rental. Let's vote on this tonight. Let's hear it tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will be hearing it tonight. Please, let's keep it, thank you. Okay, moving on. We will now go to the consent portion of our agenda.
Gabby?
Oh, well, wait, hang on.
Did they vote on consent?
No.
No, okay.
Okay, we're back to the consent portion. So I'd like to hear a motion for the consent portion of the agenda on items number 7 through 10.
Thank you. My motion is for approval, items 7 through 10.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
It's now midnight.
All right, moving on to the one motion, one vote. The following items that may be considered one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and
I don't think we voted on consent yet, did we? Okay, cool. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the one motion, one vote. The following are items that may be considered one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearing items and non-public hearings will be open at one time. Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. So much going on this evening. Items 7 through 10 will be, items 7 through 9 will be final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days. Item 10 will be final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 7 days.
Thank you. We good?
We're good.
Okay. One motion, one vote. The following items are items that may be considered one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Item number 11, MOD 72421, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner Rio Vista Plaza LLC et al. For possible action, request for major modification of previously approved rezoning to amend the permitted use table of the Rio Vista Plaza Special Area Plan at 7007, 7171 to 7171 West End Road, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item number 12, VAR 72401, applicant owner TIB LLC. For possible action, request for variance to allow 25 parking spaces where 44 are required on the east side of Oso Blanco Road at Farm Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item number 13, SDR 72415. For possible action, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3,869 square foot liquor establishment tavern, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 14, VAR 72365. Applicant Abner Memory Care, owner Summerlin Memory Care LLP, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot setback where 5 feet is required for a proposed 8-foot tall freestanding institutional sign at 7391 Smoke Ranch Road, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15, SUP 72396, applicant Nacho Daddy, owner Ambleside Properties LLP, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,500 square foot restaurant with alcohol use with 1,200 square feet of outdoor seating at 900 South Rancho Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 16, SDR 72341, applicant College of Southern Nevada, owner University Board of Regents, for possible action on major amendment as previously approved plot plan review for a proposed 28,856 square foot building addition and parking lot reconfiguration at the northeast corner of Oakey Boulevard and Torrey Pines Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 17, SDR 72366, applicant BMW of Las Vegas, owner JRJ Investments, Incorporated, for possible action or request for a site development plan review for a proposed 7,576 square foot expansion of an existing 62,900 square foot motor vehicle sales new building at 6900 West Sahara Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 18. So, item number 19, VAC 72361, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on request for petition to vacate a portion of Azure Drive at the intersection with Sky Point Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can I get a motion?
Thank you. Motion for approval, items 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and number 19. One motion, one vote. Hello.
Mr. Chairman, through you, we have an applicant that would like to speak.
Oh, okay. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Hi, good evening. Jenny Penars at 314 South Water Street, Henderson. It's just regarding item number 16. We agreed with the conditions. We just would like some clarifications that we've been working on with Lucian added to the record.
Okay. Lucian, can we get some clarification?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, through you. I wasn't sure if they could just submit these for the record and still be voted on, or if the item needed to be heard. I provided them emails that we've had correspondence on, and it's my understanding they could probably just submit them for the record at this portion, and it'd be attached to item 16, but I wasn't sure.
Mr. Chairman, if it's just a condition change, they can go ahead and read the condition change in. It can still say on the one motion, one vote agenda, but just read it in the condition change.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, through you. It's not a condition change. The conditions are staying the same. It's just records of emails that we've had back and forth about the conditions. So the conditions are staying the same. These are just documents.
We're fine, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So are you clear that the conditions are
With
staying the
these,
same?
we're fine, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So the motion was for approval minus number 18, so here we go.
Motion's for
One
approval. Please
motion,
cast your
one
vote.
Commissioner Quinn?
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 11 and 19 will be moving on to the City Council meeting of March 21st, 2018. Items 12 through 17 are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, moving on to the public hearing items. We had two items pulled forward.
My apologies. Item 15 will actually go forward as well. So items 11, 15, and 19 will go to City Council on 3/21/18. The other items under one motion, one vote, items 12 through 17, with the exception of item 15, are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on, we're going to start with the items that were pulled forward. We are going to hear...
You don't need to pull 37 forward. They can just sit there on the agenda.
Yeah, we're just going to have 87, 88. Yeah. So item number 87, SDR 72338, applicant City Impact Center, Trinity Life Center et al., for possible action on a major amendment on of an approved site plan review, SDR 67483, to increase the building height from 51 feet to 56 feet for the addition of a proposed covered parking area to an approved 4-story, 66-unit senior citizen housing apartment development with waivers to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer along portions of the west and east property lines where 8 feet is required on the north side of Sahara, west of Maryland Parkway, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this request would amend Site Development Plan Review SDR 6743, approved by the Planning Commission on March 14th, 2017, by increasing the building height by 5 feet and adding an additional parcel on the south end of the project for covered parking area. The original approval included landscape waivers, and the applicant is proposing to match those conditions on the additional parcel, hence the waiver request attached to this SDR. Staff is recommending approval, as the addition of parking will increase the project's compatibility with the neighborhood. Please note that there are no additional letters of protest or support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
George Chikakis, G-E-K-A-K-I-S, 2655 South Rainbow Boulevard, Las Vegas. We accept all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Any other comments you'd like to make?
I have a gentleman here, John Hayslip, that's here with me with Bogemeyer Engineering, if you had any issues or questions in regard to drainage issues and the flooding in the area.
Thank you, sir. This meeting was noticed as a public hearing. Would anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one from the public, I'll turn this over to the commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, I read through this particular item and staff's recommending approval, and it was due to a couple of underground utilities that were going in, and I do not feel that 4 feet on the overall building height is going to be much of a difference when we're talking about 50-something feet, so therefore I'll be recommending approval on this item tonight.
Thank you. Would you like to entertain a motion, please?
All right, on item number 87, SDR 72338, I move for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Subject to conditions.
And that is subject to conditions, Chairman.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you for letting us move forward.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 88, DAR 72522, applicant Olympia Companies, owner KAG Property LLC, for possible action request for an amendment to section 7.08 of the Third Amendment and restatement of the Sky Canyon Development Agreement of approximately 1,664 acres of the southwest corner of North Sky Park Drive and Mohawkison Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
We're requesting to modify section 7.08 D.2 of the current Sky Canyon Development Agreement to clarify responsibilities for the construction of regional flood control facilities. The current agreement required the developer to pay 51% of the construction and for the city to pay 49%. It also required a separate agreement to detail out this arrangement and how it would function. As regional flood control facilities are meant to accommodate the ultimate build-out of a specific watershed, they are larger than would be normally required of a developer had they mitigated floodwater only generated by their development. As such, the city has been willing to partner with the developer to get the regional facilities constructed in this area so that they will not need to be removed and upgraded upgrade interim facilities if the master developer only constructed interim facilities. The Sky Canyon master developer has worked out an agreeable arrangement with the Department of Public Works to assign responsibilities for regional flood facilities. Exhibit A in your backup shows who is responsible for each regional facility. The yellow represents the master developer who will construct, the yellow represents what the master developer will construct, and the orange represents what the city will construct. Additionally, this amendment allows everything to stay in the agreement versus having a separate agreement outside of the development agreement. Therefore, staff is recommending any approval and ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Lucian. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the master developer in the Sky Canyon Master Plan community, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, we'll turn this over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Mr. Chairman, this is more of a housekeeping item for clarification. So with that said, I would like to move for a motion for item 88D1R 72522 for approval, please.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 88 will move forward to the City Council at their March 21st, 2018 meeting. And I apologize, I need to make it clear for the record that on item 87, that item was final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you for that. All right, moving on to item number 20, abeyance item VAR. Excuse me, that's going to be heard tonight, right? Yeah. Item number 20, abeyance item VAR 71504, applicant owner Gabriel Culp, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 10-foot fence in front of yard setback where 5 feet is the maximum allowed, and to allow a 10-foot tall solid wall on the side and rear property lines where 8 feet is allowed at 1300 C Street, Ward 5. Staff recommends, and now looking at the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance as the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing perimeter walls that exceed the maximum height allowed within the C2 General Commercial Zoning District. Staff is recommending denial of this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Gabriel Culp, CULP, 1300 C Street.
Thank you.
The property in question is centrally located downtown. For my business, I do commercial kitchen equipment repair, so it puts me geographically perfect where I need to be to get to my customers on the Strip and downtown. The one issue that the property has is security, and we have a 3,000 to 5,000 square foot warehouse we're planning on building at some point, but the lot itself needs to be secure. We have a lot of equipment and vehicles, trailers, et cetera, that not only need to be out of eye range from neighbors, but also very expensive equipment that needs to be stored on property. And a 5-foot high fence on the front, I don't think will necessarily cut it in that area.
Thank you. Anything else? No. Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Creer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'm kind of confused about this. So you have this building, and you have all these containers there.
Correct.
You have permits and rights to have those containers stacked there?
That was brought to my attention after I tried pulling the permits for the wall in the first place. So I had a property 3 blocks down the street with those containers. Those containers are what I'm trying to eliminate in the first place by having the wall, because I can't do construction on the building that's already pre-existing on the property if I can't secure it.
So the answer to my question is no?
No.
And I'm going to defer to staff on this. He would need some type of, actually, I know we would need some type of variance or something, some type of permit to come and have those containers there in the first place, right?
Code enforcement has a...
Hold on.
Sorry.
Staff, someone can answer my question for me.
Mr. Chairman, through you, during staff's routine site visits, when we observed the storage containers, it was referred over to code enforcement. So they have advised the applicant that he either needs to, obtain the proper permits for the storage containers, or they need to be removed.
Okay, so we really need to start there.
That's what I was trying to say, is the code enforcement officer that I've been speaking to has been kind of holding off until we figure out what's going on with the wall, if I was going to get approved or not, because I told him once the wall is in place, I can get rid of 4 out of those 6 containers. The other 2 are basically shelved racks filled with small parts that go inside of that building. But I have to renovate, I have to have a secure lot before I can get rid of those containers. So he's been patient with me with holding off on moving forward with any compliance issues with the containers.
Okay. You've got, it's interesting that this lot is even zone C2 from just what I look from what I see. You're surrounded by residential around there. And, I live in this ward, lived there my whole life. I know where this building is. I have a problem with you putting up a 10-foot barrier all around this area. I'm not sure if your neighbors would appreciate that. And there's a lot of opposition to you, and I'm really against the 10-foot tall fence around the front of it as well. You're going to create this little enclave that you're going to be inside of, and it's going to really not be conducive to what we're trying to create in Ward 5, to create block barriers around you. And I think it's going to look bad. I think if I was living there, I wouldn't want a 10-foot, 10 feet cinder block wall, even though that one's a gate, which is a 10 feet in front. I cannot see myself getting behind this because I don't think it fits aesthetically with the area, one. Two, and it's not something that we want, that I would want to happen in this area. I think you got to figure something else out. I think it's going to be too overbearing for that area. And I'd like to hear what my other commissioners have to say if they have something to weigh in on.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Chairman, through you, I appreciate the comments that Commissioner Creer has made, and I agree with it. I mean, we've heard this property, or heard this application. Yeah, it is surrounded by some C2, but it also has like R3 and R4 and, you know, residential lots, and the individuals that are like around this particular area have to look at a 10-foot block wall or 8-foot block wall, whatever it is. But one thing that I was noticing was, I mean, in 10/10/2017, voted 7-0 to hold in advance until the November 17th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. 11/14/2017, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to hold VAR 71504 in advance to the December 12th, 2017 Planning Commission. 2012-2017 Planning Commission voted 7-0 to hold VAR 71504 in advance till February 13th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting. We keep holding this item in abeyance over and over and over, and I agree with you, Commissioner Creer. It is time to vote on this, and a 8-foot wall or a 10-foot wall around this property is not right. You know, this particular item, we're on item number 20. Staff recommends no. Staff got it right from the beginning. We gave the applicant many opportunities to go out and meet with the neighbors and try to find something that would be compatible. And now they want it to be tabled for another, I don't know how many months. So I think we should go ahead and make or have a vote on this tonight. But I'll leave that up to you because it's in your ward, Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will be voting on this item tonight. Commissioner Roush?
I just want to say, I guess, I'm a little disappointed, applicant, that you didn't come up with something more creative. I understand your concerns about wanting to create security for your building and for your property, but you know, I've spent some time in this area. My business is on Bonanza at H Street, so I know the neighborhood very well. We battle with homeless folks. We battle with people throwing things at our building, creating camps behind us on the railroad tracks. We're well aware of what's going on in the neighborhood, but at the same time, the city is working very hard to create a plan. They worked with the neighborhood, they did charrettes, they worked with UNLV to create a plan, a 100 plan, to what to do with this area and all of these blocks. And the vision is beautiful, and what you have proposed flies in the face of that vision. And it's just disappointing that you and your consultant didn't take a little bit of time to try to understand that the city's working on trying to revitalize this neighborhood and to do something a little bit more respectful to the neighborhood. So for those reasons, I'll probably not be able to support your application tonight.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Creer?
Are there any more comments?
No.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. Also, I got to tell you, I somewhat take offense as a longtime resident of Ward 5 that you would just feel that you can just stick those containers there and that is fine without taking any consideration to the neighbors and to the aesthetics of the neighborhood and what we're trying to create. So I got to tell you, that starts right there for me, that you would just bring these containers over there and just stick them there as if you don't really, obviously you don't seem to care what other people think about the aesthetics of what's going on there, or she would have never done that in the first place.
The
You would have
containers
said, hold on, you would have said to yourself, I just can't take these containers. I wouldn't take containers and stick it in front of my house. I would say, you know what, my neighbors aren't going to like looking at this. The people that live in this neighborhood aren't going to like this. So I'm not going to do it. And you chose to do it. And I think that really is just a slap in the face of those residents that live in Ward 5. It says a lot, I got to be honest with you. So I'm going to make a motion for agenda item 20, VAR 71504, to go along with staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. The yes vote is for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 22, abeyance SUP 71660, applicant owner Kalanda House LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 1913 Kalanda Court, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site has been operated as a short-term residential rental since June of 2015 with a valid City of Las Vegas business license and without incident. Staff is recommending approval of this application with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Bo Theodore, 4504 San Juan Avenue, North Las Vegas. Hopefully you have the packets. Good. Thank you. It's case 71660. As you just heard, we've been licensed since June 2015 with 0 code enforcement violations. Nothing. The reason for our 0 violations, in my opinion, is how we screen our prospective visitors. And because of the precautions that we have set in place, all of that deter any major problems. We deter it right from the get-go. Step 1 starts with our listing, which is our advertising. We have our house rules right in there. No parties, no noise, trash, parking. All of that, that's our major concerns. Step 2, emails back and forth with the person. Step 3, we have a written agreement. Step 4, we meet the person in person when they get to Las Vegas. Step 5, we have signs posted in the lobby of our house as they first walk in about parking. We also have signs in the back door, in the backyard about music and excessive noise. There is a basketball court on premises. We have a sign about that. There's no basketball allowed after dark. There's no lights, none of that. And then step 6, we have a good neighbor brochure that literally takes your verbiage from your website, and it has it right on that. You have copies of all these signs and all this good neighbor brochure. That is next to our license inside the house. From the first time we speak to the visitor till we actually meet them at the house, they've actually heard these house rules 6 times. That's how we deter problems. That's how we stop them before they even get started, period. We've been doing it for almost 3 years and have had no problems. The inspectors came out last week. They inspected the house, fire inspector, code enforcement, everything was good. The assessor's map, which is item number 7 on your, in your packet, shows an aerial view of the support and the protest cards that were sent in. The protests are in pink and the support are in green. My house is at the end of the cul-de-sac, listed as lot number 011. And notice that there's no protests directly on our street. There is support on our street, okay? All the protest is in the neighborhood next to us, to the east, and in a gated community to the west. Going on to response time, in the 3 years we've been doing this, we've never had to really respond to any major incidences or problems. The City of Las Vegas does require us to respond within 2 hours. I am the first responder, and I live 10 minutes from the house. Jameson Theodore, my son, he is the second responder. He lives 15 minutes from the house. Then we've hired Ed Norton from Norton Security. He's on retainer. If we happen to be out of town, he responds 24 hours a day as well, okay? Security monitoring, we have an alarm system with cameras in the front to monitor parking, trash, make sure there's no parties, stuff like that. We don't allow them. Number 7, short-term rental certificate. I just went to a class on the 9th and the 10th at CSN. It was the first of its kind, and I got my certificate, passed the class, etc. Basically, in closing, I've been in business in 2 other businesses, a flooring business, et cetera, in Las Vegas, and living here since 1982. Our track record, our management, the precautions that we've taken and that we've put in place, we're asking, and we would appreciate your vote for approval and also for following your staff recommendations, which are for approval as well. In addition, I'm asking for you to consider this as a final action. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Mrs. Quinn, for speaking to me. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Theodore. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission for discussion. Commissioner
Thank you.
Quinn?
This is so simple. You know, I had you stand up here. I wanted each of my planning commissioners to hear how it's done right.
Thank you.
You know, this is Rancho Bonita. It's the quietest little neighborhood. It's as nice as any neighborhood around us. And you don't have one single neighbor here to protest your property, and I say bravo to you, sir. There's nothing more to discuss. I personally cannot make it final action. That would come from the director of the councilman's office, but I will, it's very happy heart that I make the motion this evening for approval on SUP 71660. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item 22 will go forward to the March 21st, 2018 council meeting as requested by the ward office.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 29. Abeyance item GPA 72194, applicant New Century Homes LLC, owner Alad Beiser et al. For possible action on a request for general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to R Rural Density Residential on the east side of Belcastro Street north of Delray Avenue, Ward 1. Related item 30, ZON 72195, for possible action request for rezoning RE Residence Estates to RD Single Family Residential Restricted, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Related item 31, abeyance WVR 72197, for possible action request for a waiver to allow no internal or external streetlights where such is required, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 32, abeyance VAR 72196, for possible action request for variance to allow no amenity zones, including no landscape buffers, sidewalks, curbs, or gutters where such is required, to allow a private street to not be developed to public street standards where such is required, and to allow a 37-foot wide private street with no gate where 47 feet is required, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 33, abeyance VAC 72241, for possible action request for a petition to vacate a portion of the east half of Belcastro Street, a portion of the south half of the Holmby Avenue drainage channel, and the U.S. government patent easement. Staff recommends denial. And related item 34, abeyance TMP 72198, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 5-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to develop a 5-lot single-family residential development on a 2.25-acre vacant parcel at the southeast corner of Holmby Avenue, the Holmby Avenue drainage channel, and Belcastro Street. Staff is recommending denial of all requests related to the proposal due to the potential increase in density on the site, which would not conform with the surrounding area, and the failure to provide complete streets as demonstrated by the waiver and variance requests. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, I'm Ed Tanney with Tanney Engineering at 6030 South Jones. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. And I'll just go ahead and try to summarize everything, addressing all 6 applications at one time. I think it all can be kind of understood as one action. And this piece is truly, it's a remnant piece. It's 2.5 acres. It's sat vacant as development went around it, and that has been going on for the past 20 to 30 years or so. And in being a remnant parcel, which we're now, proposing to develop as an infill piece, we feel that it's really going to be helping and very beneficial to the neighborhood. We've actually met with Councilor or Mrs. Tarkanian before we even came in with the action, and we found out that there has been some problems with vagrancy, and there's been problems with trash collection and debris that's been collected in the piece. What we're proposing and what we're asking for is for 5 lots as opposed to 4 on the 2.38 acres, really is what it's going to be grossing out at. And we feel that that's very consistent with the neighborhood, and that we have gross square footage on the lots of 20,000. I have the owners and the developers with me, and they're proposing to build 4,000 square foot minimum single-story homes on that parcel. It's very, very consistent with the neighborhood, and we feel it would be a very, very much a benefit to getting this piece developed. It is basically, Holmby Avenue is developed into a floodway channel on the immediate north. It's been vacated completely to the north of there. There's no chance of that ever going through to the north, so it's essentially a stub street coming off of Belcastro. And because of that, the essence of that, we're asking for just the utilization of the existing 24 feet of asphalt, and there's a bunch of waivers and variances that are kind of bunched in with that, but emergency access and all the traffic that will ever be needed up on that dead-end street is certainly satisfied with that. We don't feel that there's the need for street lights, as it's truly going to be kind of an ambiance that they would like to have back there with the 5 lots. And I think given that, I wanted to, I guess, mention a couple of other things. We had a neighborhood meeting, and we felt that went very well. And there was a couple of people that were in opposition. I think that was primarily because of the lack of curb and gutter and street lights, which I just explained. We also had the very effective meeting with Mrs. Tarkanian, and she was going to support this as well. And we really feel that this is a benefit. It's going to be very attractive housing, a very new age and modern. Again, 20,000 square foot lots and 4,000 square foot minimum. Their price point is going to be upwards of 800,000. And so I guess one last thing to mention too is that they're very financially stable, and the guys are going to stick with this, and they will be developing all 5 lots on this. And they'll start off by just building one, and hopefully sales take off right away. So with that, I'll just go ahead and field any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanney. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Rausch.
I just have a simple question. You're requesting in your zone change, I see the GPA, that's separate. Your zone change, if the GPA were to be approved, your zone change is requesting to go to RD. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm curious why you want to go to RD, where you would have a potential of 8 units allowed, when you could just ask for DR, Desert Rural, which would give you the 5 units that you're already proposing. Why did you not ask for that when that gives you exactly what you've already mapped and shown?
I could be a little confused on that. Maybe staff could help with the clarification, but I believe that the general plan amendment was to change it from the Desert Rural land use to rural. And then because we were asking for the density to be slightly less than 2.5 dwelling units per acre. We're actually at 2.38 dwelling units per acre. That's why we're asking for the zone change from the RE to the R, I believe.
Well, what you're asking for allows you 9 units, I think, unless I'm reading the grid wrong.
Well, it could go up to that high, but all we're asking for is just the 5th lot.
Well, what I'm asking for is no bait and switch. So what I'm asking staff to tell me is if we approve this as RD, can they build 9 lots by coming back in and remapping it? Or should we be approving this if he wants 5 lots as DR?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think the driving force in the rezoning was setbacks, if I'm not mistaken. Is they're asking for, I believe it's a 25-foot 25? Okay. They're indicating some setbacks that they intend to have for future development, and based on the RD, which are much less stringent than the RE district. So I think that's part of it.
And if I could just chime in again really quick, and that's a valid concern that you have, but we are also filing the tentative map, and the tentative map will hold that to the 5 dwelling units per acre. We're not asking for a bait and switch, please, so it's just
No,
support the 5
and I
lots.
appreciate that, thank you. And
Yeah.
that's why I'm trying to get some clarification from
Okay.
staff. Maybe we make it a condition, or if you are filing the tentative map and the tentative map ends up recorded, then I guess that does accomplish that. But I'm looking to staff for some clarification and confirmation of that, please.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the application on the tentative map indicates lots that are below what a RE zoning district would allow. So the application shows 14,000 square foot lots. So to move to the RD zoning district, which allows a 10,000 square foot lot, they would need to change the general plan designation in order to be able to move to that zoning designation. And the tentative map is included with this application. I will note that if the GPA and rezoning are approved, they could always let that tentative map expire or just bring forward a new one if they chose to.
Thank you, Commissioner Rouse. You have your answer? You're good? Okay. Commissioner Quinn?
Does anybody else have any questions or comments on this? Because I love this project.
Commissioner Creer has it.
Oh, go ahead, Creer.
Yeah, I have one. So for residential estates, it would be half-acre lots, or 1 unit per half-acre, correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, RE requires a 20,000 square foot lot minimum.
And so they're going to build 14,000 square foot?
Correct.
No. Could I chime in again? I think there must be some confusion with that, though. The application, I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to find some clarity. I'm somewhat confused, so please help me out.
Yeah, sure. I think that there's some misunderstanding on what the actual minimum square footage of the lots are. They're 20,000 square foot minimum. They're actually 20,050 to 20,200. That is by, taking the full lot.
So each lot will be 20,000?
Yes, yeah,
square
all
feet.
5 of them, yep.
Okay, all 5 lots.
Yeah.
And so you're saying that would qualify for the RE? Well, no, it says residential. I'm looking at, I guess I'm on 30, but I guess we're talking about this whole thing.
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, the 20,000 square foot lots would qualify for RE.
Okay.
But as indicated in their map, they are looking for some less stringent setbacks. To give you an example, the RE front yard setback is 50 feet. What they're indicating for setbacks is 25, which would be the RD zoning.
Okay, then why wouldn't we keep it as residential estates and just approve the variances for the lots like we normally do? Why are we changing the zoning from RE to RD in order to satisfy the variances that they're requesting? That doesn't make sense to me.
Mr. Chairman, through you, from a staff perspective, the preference would be to have the zoning for the setbacks and the development standards that you want to build to, and have the land use, the underlying general plan land use that regulates the density at the correct level that keeps that density down, which is what we have at this location.
Mr. Chairman.
But we aren't trying to keep the density down. I mean, that's not the goal. They aren't necessarily, they're 20,000 square foot lots, which falls under the residential residence estates zoning, which is what it is now.
Yeah.
And so I don't think they're trying to get density down. You're saying they're trying to get variances down in terms of setbacks and lots of... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I hit your button, sorry.
You telling me something?
My apologies.
That's an old trick, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
We are not, sir. We are not telling you anything.
An old trick, my friend.
I just thought him. Yeah, it's an accident. Director Summerfield, you wanted to weigh in?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify, while the applicant is making a representation that they are trying to hit lots that are above 20,000, per the map, the notations on the map, only one of the 5 lots that they're proposing actually exceeds 20,000 square feet. Additionally, they're indicating gross and net acreage amounts on here, and I apologize, I'm not as familiar with this map, But to be clear, when the city does density is, we look at net acreage when we're calculating out lot area for purposes of a zoning, meeting a zoning district requirement. So this map, as it sits, would be an RD map, not an RE map. Only one of the lots exceeds the minimum 20,000 square feet. That is not, that's an RD lot that they've configured here, not an RE. So I just want to be clear that the map, at least that I'm looking at, unless I'm looking at the wrong map, only has one lot that indicates a gross acreage above 20,000 square feet. All other acreages are less than that.
But, hold on, but he's, so which one, he's saying that the lots are 20,000 square feet each, minimum?
Yeah, let me see if I can help clarify that.
Could you turn on your microphone, please?
Long time. And, I'm sorry, what's that?
No, your mic wasn't on.
Okay, sorry about that. But anyway, this has been a very confusing question since day one. How do you constitute your lot square footage? And we were told and instructed ultimately that we could take and propagate the property lines to the center line of the private access drive, which is the cul-de-sac in the middle. So there is an exhibit that we provided, I believe, to staff, and maybe they didn't get it into the document into yours. I'm not sure, but with the lines propagating to the center line of the private drive, they're at 20,000 square feet. So now if we want to go back in and say that the net, taking the private drive out, then they would fall back down to a number that's below that. So I apologize. I thought that was pretty clear, and maybe it wasn't, so.
Well, I'm no more clear than I was when I started my conversation, to be honest with you, unfortunately. Because I'm trying to understand if, and I guess I'm back to the fact that we're 20,000 square foot lots, just fall under RE, keep the lots at RE, build your 20,000 square feet, and then come and request the variances for what you're looking for the variances for your setbacks. That seems pretty simple. We do that. I mean, we're doing it with you know, later on in our agenda for all those 17 items for each, there are variances for each lot that they're looking for variances for. So
Yeah, I understand what you're asking. If I can ask staff.
And I'm not trying to hold up your project.
No, I understand.
I'm not trying to, belabor the process.
Sure.
I'm just trying to get I don't want to vote on something that I don't have an understanding on that we're talking about. And I think we're probably getting to where you need to get to, but I think the variances should be what we should be discussing and understanding what those variances are, ramifications of those variances, how they affect your neighbors, how they affect the neighborhood, and then make a determination on that.
Yeah, and I completely concur with everything that you're saying. And my only question to staff is that a true and accurate statement that we can utilize the private drive as part of the gross area of the lot and part of the net area, really, too?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, through you, in this case, the map does indicate property lines that run through through that private drive. They are not carving out, private streets or private roads as a separate common element lot or common lot. The street would actually be an access easement that overlays each and every one of these lots. So the lots do include a portion of that street.
Thank you. Commissioner Creer.
I don't know what that means. I got to be honest with you.
So maybe, Commissioner Creer, as I look at the site plan up on our map here, there is a little cul-de-sac drive, and from my understanding, what I'm hearing is that the 20,000 square foot lot includes a portion of that drive, which would be item number 32. It states to allow a private street not to be developed to public street standards. So their lot size, a portion of that lot size is what would be a sidewalk and or a street associated with it. Am I correct in saying that, staff?
Mr. Chairman, you are correct.
So then the lots, the buildable square foot of the lots are not 20,000 square feet?
That is correct.
Okay. So then the buildable area of the lots drop down then less whatever the amenity is on 32. So they fall below the 20,000 square feet, which means that you have to go, is that why we have to go to the RD single-family residential restricted?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I don't think that because the lots are actually 20,000 square feet, they could be RE zoned lots. However, like I said, because of the street, because it does take up a lot of buildable area, they are looking for reduced setbacks to allow greater buildable lot in the remainder of these lots. And so they're requesting that RD designation instead of the RE.
So if I can chime in, it sounds like there's two ways to get there from what I'm hearing through the request on zoning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And for a little further clarity, if there was a change going to this zoning, if there was a change as far as lot count, a map would be back before us, whether, I guess, an amended request to a map to have additional or another application. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Any increase in the number of buildable lots would require a new tentative map.
Okay, I'm asking Commissioner Kerr just to get a little more comfort level too.
Yep.
You know, as you're asking these, it makes sense what you're asking because it is a bit confusing, but it looks like there's two ways to get to the same place.
And so just one more question. So we then, if we goes to the RD, then their setbacks that they're requesting fall under that, and they wouldn't be considered a variance then?
That is correct.
So the challenge, though, is the other homes, let me see if I can find this, in the area, are they all residential estates? I'm trying to, where I'm looking.
Yes.
Section 10, the old Section 10.
Yeah. Yeah. My brother lives up that way. So, you know, that's a challenge, is that you're going to have all these other residential estates that are there, and then you're going to have this single-family residential restricted, all because of the variances. I personally would have liked to keep any residential estates and approve the variances or not approve the variances, but I'll be quiet for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, if I may ask a question of Public Works. Please. Thank you. Mr. Pyatt, you know, I don't have well, let me ask you, do you have an issue with them not putting in the public or the street lights on the external streets?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yeah, Public Works, you know, you probably have seen, we always recommend denial of improvements not going in. It's not really a staff negotiable thing when we look at projects as they come in. Until a code is amended, we will always recommend denial of improvements not going in.
Chairman, if I may continue?
Please.
Mr. Pyatt, up and down the particular street that the two streets that this fronts on, are there street lights?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, looking at a street view, it looks like they may have one PAL light, which is a light that's on a wood pole. But other than official city street lights, they don't have any on this particular street. And Holmby, as was mentioned in the presentation, is not, it's a public right-of-way, but is not a street. It's a drainage channel today.
Thank you. And, you know, I've always been opposed to not putting in street lights and, you know, not providing enough light for public safety for the people that are walking the streets at 8, 9, 10, 2 in the morning, whatever it is. However, considering that hopefully there's a condition of approval that states that the developer will be required to put in the underground conduit for the street lights and provide the street lights to the city of Las Vegas, or pay the city of Las Vegas for the amount that of the particular street lights that they should be required to put in. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes. Condition number 6 of waiver 72197 has that condition.
Okay. And Mr. Pyatt, where do we stand with having developers pay for, and I'm a developer myself, and where do we stand with making developers pay for not putting in off-site improvements and pawning this money off onto future homeowners that don't know anything about, not putting in sidewalks, and then they're going to have to pay $150 a month, $200 a month, and developer gets off free and clear. I do it on all of my projects. I mean, if you're a commercial developer, then fine. I mean, you should be smart enough. But if you're a private homeowner coming in to purchase a property, and you purchase a property, and then 2 years later or 4 years later, the city says, hey, there's a special improvement district, or we're going to do this, and we're going to charge you, homeowner, not the developer. And the developer gets off free and clear. I'm a developer, believe me, I put in my improvements. And I understand that a lot of times in the rural communities, they do not want to have the sidewalks, curb and gutter. That's fine. I'm not opposed to voting for this. However, the developer is getting off scot-free. And the homeowner that doesn't know anything has to come in and pay for it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, we have an item on the agenda next month that addresses this. And, it's not on this month's agenda, but we're working on a text amendment to address this.
Thank you. All right. I think I could support everything tonight, with the exception of the off-site improvements, because I don't think our homeowners in the city of Las Vegas should be paying for improvements in the future that the developers should be paying for today. So that's my final thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roush?
Just a couple of points of clarification. Back to your point, Commissioner Creer, as well. I think just bringing a common sense look to this, and my point of view is I do want to see some of these vacant lots developed. They are a problem sometimes, especially in a fully built-out neighborhood like this. So I very much would like to see this application move forward if we can tonight. As I look at the aerial map of the neighborhood, everything to the west, everything to the south, and for the most part, most of it to the east, are 4 units around a cul-de-sac, 4 lots around a cul-de-sac. You're proposing 5 lots around a cul-de-sac. Essentially, I don't really have a big problem with that, as long as that's what it remains. So it looks to me like we've got those fail-safes in place. As long as we know that you'll have to come back to us for a change in your tentative map, that protects us in that regard. I also agree with Commissioner Schlottman that I don't like to see the sawtooth streets. You want that, go to the county. And it's one of the things I really pride myself about the city, is that we do a nice job of doing our off-site improvements. This is not Ward 6, I know that Commissioner DeSalvio fights for his Ward 6 to have horse trails and dark skies so they can see the stars. This is in the center of the city, and I don't like to see streets unimproved. If you want that, go to the county. So with that as a backdrop, I'll probably be voting for the zoning and voting for your tentative map, but I'm probably not going to be able to support the off-site improvements.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. I'm ready. So, this used to be called the old Section 10, and it's different than other sections in our city, and I'm going to be very brief here. And the reason it's different is because there's all these little neighborhoods cut out with 4 or 5 houses, and there's cul-de-sacs, and people choose to live there. They choose to buy their home there. They choose to buy a house that's 4,000 flat feet that doesn't have the improvements because that's where they choose to live. If they chose to live with all of the improvements and all of these amenities, all these things, they would go to a planned subdivision like TPC, or like Summerlin, or like Desert Shores, or like somewhere else. This is the old Section 10, where we have developers that have come in. They've bought so many acres to build 5 homes, single story, at 4,000 square feet each. I've met with them twice. I love this project. And the reason why we can't just instill fees on every developer that comes in front of us is because every neighborhood is different. This old neighborhood is still like a jewel in the desert that you guys are gambling with, and I wish you the best. And I'm going to support this in its entirety, as I told you to your face, as I sit here in front of you today. So with that being said, we're going to make a motion for approval on abeyance item number 29, GPA 72194. Applicant is New Century Homes. My motion is for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
With all of the recommendations.
Subject to status
right.
conditions.
Motion's on the floor. That motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 30, zoning, my motion is for approval on 72195.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. And the waiver abeyance is 72197. My motion is also for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Subject to staff's conditions.
Thank
That
you.
motion carries.
Moving on to variance 72196. My motion is also for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. On to item number 34, TMP 72198. My motion is for approval, and I will...
Did we do 33?
Oh, did I miss 33? Oh, 33, vacation
VAC.
72241. My motion is also for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Sloan.
Last but not least,
That motion carries.
TMP 72198. My motion is also for approval. Thank you.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items 29 through 34, will move forward to the City Council meeting of March 21st, 2018.
Okay, we're going to hear another item before our break. Item number 38, WVR 72300, applicant Richmond American Homes, owner of VFR Southwest Desert Equities, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no internal streetlights where such are required at the northeast corner of Doral Lane and Wallapai Way. Staff recommends denial. Ward 6, related item 39, VAR 72301, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 15 front yard setback where 20 feet is required on Lot 1 of an approved 18-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 40, VAR 72302, same request in respect to Lot 2. Staff recommends denial. Item number 41, VAR 72303, same request in respect to Lot 3. Staff recommends denial. Item number 42, VAR 72304, same request respect to Lot 4. Staff recommends denial. Item number 43, VAR 72305, same request in respect to Lot 5. Staff recommends denial. Item number 44, VAR 72306, same request in respect to Lot 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 45, VAR 72307, same request in respect to Lot 7. Staff recommends denial. Item number 46, VAR 72308, same request in respect to Lot 8. Staff recommends denial. Item number 47, VAR 72309, same request in respect to Lot 9. Staff recommends denial. Item number 48, VAR 72310, same request in respect to Lot 10. Staff recommends denial. Item number 49, VAR 72311, same request in respect to Lot 11. Staff recommends denial. Item number 50, VAR 72312, same request in respect to Lot 12. Staff recommends denial. Item number 51, VAR 72313, same request in respect to Lot 13. Staff recommends denial. Item number 52, VAR 72314, same request in respect to Lot 14. Staff recommends denial. Item number, excuse me. Item number 53, VAR 72315, same request in respect to Lot 15. Staff recommends denial. Item number 54, VAR 72316, same request in respect to Lot 16. Staff recommends denial. Item number 55, VAR 72317, same request in respect to Lot 17. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the requested waiver for no internal streetlights does not support the goals, policies, or objectives of the master plan plan which set forth directives for the development of a safe environment for a variety of transportation modes and users, including pedestrians and motor vehicles. Staff is recommending denial of the waiver request. In addition, staff finds the requested variances for a reduced front yard setback to be a self-imposed hardship, as the home builder is attempting to overdevelop each home site and is capable of designing a floor plan that would fit within the buildable area of each lot without the need of a variance. For these reasons, staff is recommending denial of all 17 variance requests. Please note additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, Richmond American Homes. If I could direct your attention to the overhead. You saw this plan several weeks ago. Actually, it's located at the northeast corner of Durrell and Hualapai. Hualapai runs north-south here in Durrell, along the southern property line. We worked very closely with the county folks that are directly to the east of the property. They have RE-size lots developed, and we worked closely with them, had a number of neighborhood meetings, and at this Planning Commission, you recommended a list of things that you wanted us to change on the site plan. We did make most of those changes, and this is the plan that was approved at the City Council. We lost actually one lot and ended up with a 17-lot development with a cul-de-sac at the end. Wittig, which was proposed to go through to Hualapai, was terminated here at the request of the neighbors so that there wouldn't be pass-through traffic into their community. Also, again, just to remind you, these are all single-story homes, and the requested waivers today were also part of our discussions with the residents. They specifically asked us to come back with a waiver to not have internal streetlights, so that's the reason for our request tonight, is that their request. Also, they specifically asked, Mrs. Sanders here asked for us to make the rear yard setbacks as large as possible. So our footprints do fit within the required setbacks, but what we have is 17 individual variance requests on each one of these lots to allow 15-foot front yard setbacks where 20 is required. It's not for the entire front of the home, it's just the little pop-outs you can see on each of these layouts. A portion of the home would encroach into the setbacks. You still have the required setbacks to the garages. So this just allows flexibility on all 17 lots to put those single-story homes on there. Not necessarily all of them will require the variances, but we went ahead and applied for them anyways so that we would have the larger rear yard setbacks for all of the folks specifically to the east. You can see here, this will have a 23-foot setback if this were to be approved. All the way along here, 23, 23, 24. So it's an increased rear yard setback that'll benefit the residents. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. We would very much appreciate your approval this evening. And that completes my presentation.
Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yes, this is something that we worked on for some time, and we asked for the setbacks to give some peace and quiet and harmonious for the community because they're backed up to residents. So that's why they're asking for it. So this is something that we panned, like, what, two months ago when this was approved? So this is kind of, to me, this is like a housekeeping item because this is something that we already worked on 2 months ago. So unless there's discussion, I would like to entertain a motion.
Please.
Okay, so on item 38, WVR 72300, a motion for approval.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries, noting Commissioner Rouse abstention.
Okay, item number 39, VAR 72301, motion for approval.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 40, VAR 72302, motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 41, VAR 72303. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 42, VAR 72304. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 43, VAR 72305. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 44, VAR 72306. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Motion carries.
Item number 45, VAR 72307. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item 46, VAR 72308. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Roush, will you be voting on this particular application?
No, I'm going to continue to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Noting the abstention of Commissioner Roush.
Unless there's an actual vote, unless there's an actual vote for the abstention, it's just not recorded as a vote. There's just no vote. So she'd have to actually abstain and vote for the abstention in order to abstain.
Okay, so it's just a no vote.
It's just not recorded as a no, it's not recorded as a vote.
Okay.
Item number 47, VAR 72309. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 48, VAR 72310. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item 49, VAR 72311. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item 50, VAR 72312. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Quinn. That motion carries.
Item 51, VAR 72313. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item 52, VAR 72314. Motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item 53, VAR 72315. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Item 54, VAR 72316. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
And last but not least, VAR 72317. Motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion does not, no, it does carry. That motion carries.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Have a good night. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, item 38, the waiver 72300, that will go forward to City Council at the March 21st, 2018 meeting. Items 39 through 55, however, are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Commissioner Schlotman, I know you had a comment.
Yes, I want to say you read everything in the record so quick, we won't be getting our overtime tonight, which we don't get. But honestly, we have an honorary commissioner here tonight that I don't know, and we have 7 commissioners Director Summerfield, our city attorney Brian Scott, city clerk, our city planning department, and fire department, and everybody else. But Chairman, if you may ask, or if I may ask the vice chair to introduce the honorary commissioner that's here just for the evening.
Please do.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce my friends and everybody to Matthew Valenzuela. Matthew works for the Ultimate Fighting Championship in Las Vegas. Matthew comes to us from Phoenix, Arizona, where he was very active in city politics as a volunteer with schools and with just doing all good things for the community. He works with my son, Stephen, at the UFC, and he's here to learn and to meet all of you and to hopefully get involved with the city of Las Vegas. So thank you, Director Summerfield, for allowing me the privilege to invite him here this evening. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks. With that, we've been going for 2 hours now. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to bring this meeting back to order, and we are on item number 56. WVR 72408, applicant Summit Homes of Nevada LLC, owner Double Double LLC, for possible action request for a waiver to allow no streetlights where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision adjacent to the south side of Centennial Parkway, west of Fort Apache Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item 57, VAR 72407, for possible action request for a variance to allow no amenity zone where such is required for proposed residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 58, VAC 72409, for possible action request for a petition to vacate a 33-foot U.S. government patent easement generally located on the south side of Centennial Parkway, west of Fort Apache Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 59, TMP 72410, for possible action request for tentative map for an 18-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to develop a 18-lot single-family residential subdivision on a 4.49-acre undeveloped property located on the south side of Centennial Parkway, approximately 275 feet west of Fort Apache Road. Staff is recommending denial of the tentative map and associated waiver and variance, as the proposal does not follow the standard street requirements provided by the Unified Development Code. The applicant is proposing to provide landscape easements outside of the rights-of-way in lieu of the required amenity zones within the right-of-way. Staff has no objections to the patent easement vacation included with the proposal. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Robert Cunningham, Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard, with Tanny Engineering representing the applicant tonight. We're requesting 18-lot residential subdivision be approved on this R1 zone property, where 24 units maximum is allowed. We have submitted a variance and waivers for a couple things to match into the adjacent properties in the area. That's the main reason we've submitted them. The variance and waivers are for no streetlights on the South Street, Regina. There's no streetlights on the adjacent parcels that are developed in the area. We're trying to conform and match into the similar street improvements that both of the adjacent properties in the area have. That's what we're asking for there. Internally, we also are asking for no street lights on our cul-de-sac street. This is in the northwest area. Instead of that, we're putting coach lights on each side of the garage to light up the street and provide light in the area. One thing that I would like to point out is the amenity zone waiver or variance. We're providing in excess of what code actually requires for landscaping. I believe code requires a 3-foot landscape area known as an amenity zone, a 5-foot wide sidewalk adjacent to Centennial. We're providing 5 feet of landscaping, a 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk, then another 5 feet of landscaping, then a wall. This is how the adjacent properties in the area that are similar have been built out, and we think it's appropriate to match those so that our project doesn't stand out with less landscaping than others in the area. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions you have and hope you guys find this project appropriate and recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one, I will, oh, excuse me. You'll have your chance. Don't worry. Come on up. Can you use your name and address for the record, please?
Richard Galecki, 9305 West Regina.
And Mr. Glucky, if you could speak to the application. Thank you.
This property has constantly gone back and forth. I live across the street. This is a rural area. It's in rural preservation. This lot was actually RE. We've been beat down. They keep selling the property off. They keep trying to get more and more. It's all the way down to R1, I believe now. We live across the street. Everybody's neighborhood on our street has front yards. It's different than most of Vegas, but we like it like that out there. Randy has his horse farm right across the street. Anyway, it's the lifestyle we bought into is not what he's proposing. And he's pretty much beat all our neighbors down, and we wound up agreeing on 16 houses, not 18, where the 2 properties on Regina would be facing those. I drew a map. Is there a way to show you guys, or what was
Please,
agreed?
you put it right in the middle. There's an overhead.
Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
So these 2 would be facing Regina. These would look like the rest of the street. They had front yards like the rest of us, where all the kids play out front. No sidewalks, no street lights. The wall would not be on Regina. The wall would be behind these houses. And then these would be facing Centennial. That's what all the neighbors in the neighborhood agreed to. And when we saw this new map, I drew this over the new map because no one can seem to find the old map everyone agreed to. I believe this was last year.
Okay.
So that's all I'm asking. We all worked something out. We've been through meetings. We've been beat down. We've been bait, switched, the whole deal. Like, that's all we want. We want to keep our street the way it is. So.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address, sir, for the record?
Yes, my name is Brian Vetter. I live at 9325 Regina, however. Yeah, it's spelled by a civil engineer. No offense. I appreciate that my neighbor has gone to the trouble to produce this map because this echoes exactly what was agreed to. When the project came in for approval, it was part of a trade-off that occurred trying to get the interlocal reestablished, and Randy Black was successful in moving this through, annexing it into the city, and raise the density to the number of lots you see. I think my neighbor Rick has the numbers right at 16. What's been sacrificed here is the 2 half-acre sites that face on Regina Avenue, and he speaks for that pretty well. Everybody to the south of that and farther west, it's a pavement of half-acre lots, nice large homes on nice large lots. And we're grateful that powers that be responded to us and said, okay, we're going to allow this greater density on the north side of the property, but we will protect your property values and the quality of your streetscape by providing that the subdivider should have these 2 large lots facing Regina Avenue. And one of our party pressed the point with, I believe it was City Council, that the map that was drawn at that time and presented by Double Double would go with the land. So if the land sold, that is the map that the new owner would be working with. We're looking at a map now that disregards this agreement that was struck a year ago when it was passed. And once again, I'll reiterate, and I so appreciate Commissioner Roush's comments that when people move into an area, they see what the surroundings are, and that's what they buy. And then to see over time those aesthetics gradually eroded and taken away from us, we really feel it's very alienating that the authorities really don't have our interests in mind. So I would just ask that this map that's in the record, and it has been accepted and approved, should be respected. I'd be very grateful.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? If there's anyone else, I need them to come forward. Seeing nobody else, I'll close the public hearing portion and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio? Yeah.
Okay.
You're right. Excuse me. I will let the applicant please have a couple minutes for a rebuttal. Excuse me, Commissioner DeSalvio.
Sure. Well, in reading through the previous conditions, there was nothing, and maybe staff can fill me in if I'm missing something, but there was nothing indicating previous map or any conditions that were previously put on the property, requesting what the neighbors represented tonight. We have put in 2 large lots on the south. They are facing internal to the cul-de-sac. I believe they're 12 to 13,000 square feet minimum in size, to address having the larger lots on that side of the project, but we don't have those lots facing Regina. And if that's something that is in staff record or a condition, I guess I would like to know that. I did not find that in any research we had in our pre-submittal meetings or anything with the planning department or anything else that we found. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions you guys have.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll turn it over to the commission. Thank you, Commissioner Greer, for pointing that out. I will start. Can staff give us any clarity? I do see in 2016 it was zoned R1. I don't see a map associated with it, but maybe I'm missing something too.
Mr. Chairman, I looked up the staff report from 2016 that went to City Council. It did indicate at that time that there was no proposed development plan submitted with the general plan and the rezoning. So officially what was submitted was the general plan amendment to go from the DR to low-density residential, and then the rezoning request to go from RE to R1. So as a part of that 2016 application, I don't find any listed map. That's not to say that during the neighborhood meeting or any subsequent thing that there wasn't some lot configuration discussed, but that was not a part of the official application in 2016.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this was a deal that was hashed out too with the councilwoman, and I came in on the back end of it. She was kind of a little bit more engaged than I was. I wasn't the planning commissioner and stuff yet, but she was working with the applicant, and I know that from what I was under the assumption is that it has the ability to have up to 24 homes on it, and it was brought down to 18. The people that I had met with in the community, and if you look at, you want to go back to the map where you could show Teepee and Darling, the drawing of this property is almost a mirror image of what's already pre-existing there, except for its less density. I was also set back a little bit. I got educated the other day myself what no amenity meant, and you know, they're putting in actually more than what's required. The street lights, you know how we are in Ward 6. We don't want light pollution. So the carriage lights was another condition to kind of light up the community so people felt safe walking up and down that road. But this has been worked on for some time. This is the first time I've ever heard of anybody say anything about 16 lots or produce a map over the course of the last 5-6 months. So I'm floored on that part. I haven't had anybody push back to me that was opposing this project, and these are the things we worked with the neighborhood to get to where we are today. So I'm kind of, beside myself on that one. But with that said, unless there's any other comments, I'd entertain a motion.
I have one question.
We do have a couple comments. Commissioner Creer?
I just have a question. So since it is zone R1 for staff, what does that mean per units per acre that they can technically build on?
Okay, Chairman, while staff is looking that up, could I ask a question or just make a comment? To give staff a little bit more time?
Sure, Commissioner.
I do agree with Commissioner DeSalvio with everything that he said tonight, and but my point still stands. I mean, I do understand no street lights. I mean, that's not where we want to be at this point in Ward 6. They're still required to put in the conduit, and they're required to give the street lights or make a contribution to the city for the cost of the street lights. So I 100% agree with you on that point. However, when it comes down to no amenity zone, I don't care where it is in town. I see people in wheelchairs, and I know that people aren't there's not as many wheelchairs in the rural neighborhoods as there are here, as there are in downtown. However, you know, at the end of the day, developers need to put in their fair share, and for those reasons, I'm going to keep voting the same way until the city comes up with a code that says the developer needs to put up the money, and instead of just saying, hey, the neighbors don't want it. And Tanny Engineering, I forget what your name is, but I mean, it's nothing against you, your engineering firm, or you know, my company or anything else, because we don't do it on a lot of commercial projects, but we do sign into an agreement which, you know, I think commercial developers and commercial, you know, people that own the commercial property understand this better, and they can afford to put that in another year, 5 years, or whenever. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Schlotman. Commissioner Creer, I think you had a question for staff.
That was, yeah, my question. Do you have an answer?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, the maximum number of units allowed would be 24.65, with this being a low-density residential designated property.
Okay, considering the fact that that is the case, then it seems like they are within their rights to build 18 units per acre. I personally, I don't think I was a part of this when it was approved. I don't believe so, but I probably would never approved in a R1 zoning for that, at least on that side of Centennial, and it's surrounded by RE. I just think that it's one of those unfortunate situations that is zoned R1 in an RE area. But since they do have that right, I think we have to allow them to move forward. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner DeSalvio?
If there's no other comments from the commission, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item 56, WVR 72408.
Sir, the public portion is closed. We are at a vote. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. There's a motion for approval. That motion carries.
Item number 57, VAR 72407, motion to approve.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 58, VAC 72409, motion to approve.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And item number 59, TMP 72410, motion to approve.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will go forward to the City Council and be heard at their March 21st, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, item number 60, WVR 72406, applicant owner DR Horton Inc., for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no exterior streetlights where such are required for an existing residential subdivision at the northwest corner of El Campo Grande Avenue and Alpine Ridge Way, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, on May 17th, 2017, the City Council approved a request for a waiver to allow no interior streetlights and a tentative map for a 29-lot single-family residential subdivision on the subject site. The applicant is now requesting to allow no exterior streetlights on the west side of Alpine Ridge Way. Staff recommends denial for failure to provide complete streets. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, my name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. In this matter, I'm representing the property owner and applicant, D.R. Horton. This is a request to waive streetlights on the exterior of the property. If I could get your attention to the overhead. The property that we're talking about is located here, highlighted in yellow. Just recently at your last meeting, I came here where we were asking for the waiver of streetlights to our project to the north. And a few months prior to the property over here, we had a waiver of streetlights also for the area. You're very familiar with the tone of what's been mentioned by the neighbors in this area, and then working with the councilwoman's office to ensure that we would come back in here and ask for those waivers. So that's the reason why we're here, and I can answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, will close the public portion and turn over for the commission for discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, a question for Mr. Pyatt. I hate to be a broken record, but I know the mechanism, but I just want to ask you directly, what is the mechanism for Public Works to say, you got to put in this, the underground utility or streetlight conduit, and you got to give us, you know, the streetlights, or you have to give us an equivalent amount? I mean, I know we look at conditions of approval, but I mean, is there a trigger, something, someone's calendar, or something that makes that happen? What is that trigger?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chairman. The first step is this step. If it gets approved here at the Plan Commission and goes on to City Council and gets approved, then as they're going through the civil improvement plan process, as the plans are being reviewed, we collect fees for the streetlights, and then they go into a streetlight fund. So that's how this particular project, I believe they've already been approved, so they'll have to do some revision to the plans. They can see the site is already mapped with the lots. They'll probably do some revision to the plans and possibly modify their approved bond and pay the fees for the streetlights.
Okay, thank you. And, through you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, it'll actually go on to the improvement plans, and so when they go to construct their project, OIT will go out and make sure that the streetlight conduit is installed. And does that go into a streetlight box where it could be found in the future, or we got to rip up sidewalks, or what?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, what actually happens in cases where the plans aren't approved yet, they'll have to show installing the conduit and putting pull boxes in future locations. With the recent changes in the standards for streetlights, they used to be within the sidewalk. Today, they're actually outside the sidewalk, so we have a clear 5-foot zone. So what they'd have to do in the future is, to put the streetlights in, we'll need to, drill out a foundation, tie some conduits in, and run some wire to a service pedestal to get it lit. And in this, so that's not the case in this case, but in most cases, when it's not approved, that's what they do on the plans. They'll show the conduit and the pull box in the future location of the future streetlight. And then, of course, as citizens request street lighting, we go out and install the streetlights.
Thank you, Mr. Pyatt. No more questions.
Commissioner Toussaint.
I'm looking at this project, and it just does my heart good to see all this building. We went through a really bad period after 2008. So I'm excited about this project. I don't live in Ward 6, but every time I look at something that comes before us, I look at it as though it's in my backyard. And if it was in Ward 4, I would definitely approve this. So thank you.
Thank you. And just quickly, I will be supporting this application, seeing it's consistent with the stuff that's previously been approved to the north and to the northeast, and I'm sure we'll have stuff coming to the south and possibly to the west soon, up to that 215 connector. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Just for the record, I am totally in favor with infrastructure being in place, and I hope we get that on, so we can do that, so where if something down the road, it's not stuck on the homeowner, or any special SIDs or anything's got to be applied to anybody, because I fell into a situation like that, so I'm picking up what you're putting down for sure. But if there's no other comment, I'd definitely like to make a motion to approve this one. Item 60, WVR 72406.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to the City Council on May 21st, 2018.
Thank you. Item number 61, VAR 72268, applicant owner Abel Garcia for possible action and request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side and rear yard setback for two proposed 754-square-foot accessory structures, Class 2 horse stables, where 10 feet is required at 4945 East Monroe Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. And related item number 62, SUP 72269, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for animal keeping and husbandry keeping to allow 6 horses where two are allowed. Ward 3, staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant constructed 2 horse stables on the property with 0-foot side and rear yard setbacks without building permits and were cited by code enforcement. A special use permit is required because they exceed 1 horse per 7,500 square feet of lot area. Staff recommends denial of the special use permit as it increases the number of horses allowed on the property by 300%. Staff also recommends denial of the setback variance request as there is no unique or extraordinary circumstance presented. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Larry Sanchez, 7844 Sorenbrook Street, representing the homeowner. Asking staff if they could look at this project. The reason why the homeowner was unaware at the time about getting a building permit, the construction of the horse stables, as you can see, you have on the east and west side, 6 on each side. The reason why he's got 6 is because 6 on one side is because when he showers and bathes the horses, I guess it maintains very damp 6 of the horses, so he would move the same horse to the other side as the other ones get dry. So the applicant wasn't aware of the setback distance in the rear and the sides, and the material that they used was masonry brick, and the applicant's willing to use any non-combustible material to meet any fire code regulations. I also have some letters from his adjacent neighbors from the east, west, and the south sides of the properties for staff approving this.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, we're just willing to do whatever staff recommends as far as allowing us to keep the horse stables here and abiding with any fire codes. We understand that, you know, he should have gotten a building permit first. That's where we're at.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Come on up. There's 3 microphones. If I could ask the applicant to sit front row while they speak, I'd appreciate it. You can form 3 lines and give your name and address for the record, and if you're for or against the application.
Good evening. My name is Robin Sharp. I live at 4958 East Monroe Avenue. I live directly across the street from this gentleman. I have 2 horses of my own, and anybody that has owned horses knows how much manure even 2 horses can produce, okay? Seeing that he wants 6 horses, possibly more, if you allow this, we know that more horses could be put on that property without anybody knowing if they're in the back. I really feel that you should deny this because We have talked to our neighbors, and my husband will show you, we have many names of our neighbors that do not approve of this. And I will let him speak now.
Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Yeah, Val Sharp, 4958 East Monroe. We have the following petitions, I guess. Does this show?
Can we go to the overhead, please? Thank you.
Okay. If you've seen that
We
one,
do.
okay, that's about 17 names on primarily Monroe. This is about 26 names, mostly on Van Buren, which is a parallel street to Monroe. Then we have about 23 names on Monroe and Sandra, which is on the other side of the property. The fact that he operated improperly and did, I mean, how do you build something and not know about a setback? We took a picture of his property. I don't know how well this will show up, but if you'll notice the fence line here, it's collapsing on the next door neighbor.
If you
Turn it around,
rotate it
sorry.
around. Thank you.
Sorry. If you'll notice, if you look to the left, or it's actually in the center, that fence line is about collapsing on his next door neighbor's property. So he doesn't do a real good job of taking care of business in that regard. He also has had this dumpster at the curb 7 days a week, 30 days a month. And it's supposed to be, my understanding, on a cement pad on his property off the curb. So what are our concerns? The people who sign the petitions are longtime residents. I mean, I've been out there for 24 years. Some of these people can tell you how long they've been there. This guy hasn't even been there 2 years. Took it over, rehabbed it, now he wants to make money out of it. He's going to create a stall operation, $250 a horse, and tell you he's going to get 6, but he's already explained that he's going to, actually has 12. I can assure you there will be 12 horses on that lot. The petitions, 2 versus 6, there's a real good reason for you only having 2 horses on that size half-acre lot. Health, sanitation, how about taking proper care of the animals? If you have 6 horses on a half-acre, there's no exercise room. They can't get out and get around. It'll be up to the other owners, the stall renters, to come in and get their horses and take them out if they want to do that. So that's going to increase the traffic on our road. I've already had a problem with their people blocking my driveway, parking in front of it, because I am right across the street from you. We're concerned about, I told you about the pictures and the 3-yard trash, but the fact that the stalls are already constructed shows his concept of observing the rules. I think your staff, your able, competent, professional staff got this one right. Deny this puppy because it shouldn't have happened in the first place, building the stalls. Those should be removed, and this whole thing should be handled the way it should be. This is our neighborhood. We've got horses in almost all of the properties where people want to have them. They obey the rules. He should be held at the same standard.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Would you like to turn those in for the
I have
record?
cards also, but I'll leave this with you.
Would you like to submit them? He can take them right there.
Excellent.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Dale McIntosh. I live at 4979 East Van Buren. One of the things that I can see with this being approved is that on the backside of all our properties is the power company access. That's a 20-foot right-of-way out there in the back. I have to give up 17 feet of my 1-acre lot in the back and do no improvements on that area in the back. So everything that I have, all my corrals or whatever, is within that 17-foot. The other properties on the other side give up 3. There's no way that we can get anything approved out there, excuse me, without the power company approval. I also have horses. I have an acre, which means I can have 3.5 horse, which is pretty hard to ride. But I have never had any more than 3 horses on my lot. I don't have a dumpster. I make sure my manure is always hauled out to the street and placed in containers where it's hauled off weekly. I also disapprove of this, and I don't think it should pass.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. McIntosh. Can you get your name and
Good
address?
evening. My name is Ricardo Hernandez, and I live in 4953 Street for maybe over 25 years. And it's a very nice area. Every neighbor will respect each other into this situation. I thought to be very short because actually my concern is about the word he used in Coventry. He just want to leave open for somebody to open a pig farm or whatever they want to raise in there. And I don't think it's fair. And on top of that, this gentleman, he doesn't live in there. So it's a very lack of respect for the neighbors and the community, period.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Kay Slack, 4924 East Van Buren. I've got a half an acre, and if this guy gets this passed, then I want to be able to have 6 horses on my property.
Thank you for...
You know what I'm saying? Or 12, whatever.
I appreciate that. Anything more specific to the application, why you feel it should be denied or approved?
Because of the fact that his isn't even a half an acre. It's only 0.45. That's not even a half an acre. And he's wanting a variance when everybody else has to give a variance for the electric company and stuff. That's wrong.
Thank you for your comments. It's much appreciated.
Chairman, I have a question.
Sure. Can I get your name and address again for the rest
Val
of the
Sharp, 4958 East Monroe. I would like to see the list of the people that he says was in favor of this.
Yeah.
I was told by a neighbor that he said he talked to me and that I was happy about what was going on. So I would like to see that list
Thank
just
you,
to
Mr.
see if
Sharp.
we're on it.
Clearly, you're not happy. Thank you, though. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment portion. Ask the applicant to come back up and give a couple minutes for rebuttal. He's not happy.
So as you can see, the applicant here was like, he doesn't want to have anything more than 6 horses. Again, 2 is the limit. We understand that. The applicant is asking for 6 because he originally wanted to do 12, and that wasn't going to work. So I said, hey, look, you got to work here with city standards. So anything more than 2 would be appreciated, but the applicant is asking for no more than 6. And these would be his horses. So to run some sort of operation or business, that's not what he wants to do. Outside of that, any material that this is built out of would be non-combustible. My biggest concern is fire resistance. But as far as getting a setback, a waiver for a setback, that's what he's asking for. He needs to.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to the commission for discussion. I will start in saying, I'm looking at a application, and I hear that you're going to have 6 horses and then take them, wash them, put them to the other side. And from what I know, in the ranch that we have a little outdoor area with railroad ties, with some tie downs. You wash your horse, it drains properly, you put him back in the stall. I mean, that's just how it's historically been done. And I look at this lot, and I really connect with all the comments that the neighbors have about the size, about the maintenance of it. And it's something, you won't see my support on this application tonight. So, Commissioner Rausch.
I echo your sentiments. I'm all for a rural lifestyle and for keeping horses where it's appropriate, where the zoning allows, but 6 horses is 4 horses too many, so I won't be able to support this tonight.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, correct? Is that
Yes.
Refresh my memory. You've been here before with us, right?
Yes, I've
Yeah.
been here.
And was it with a person that had? Were you here with the person that built the front porte cochere all the way up to the street?
Correct.
Sometimes I do remember some things. So you were here before with another person that built that structure.
Yes.
They built it all the way up to the sidewalk, all the way up to the street, and then you came and asked for forgiveness
On behalf of the applicant.
on behalf of the
yes.
applicant. Yeah, not you,
Right.
but on behalf of the applicant. So now you're here again asking for forgiveness on behalf of another applicant that started building something. That's tough, man, for you to come here to do that
Well,
on behalf of these applicants, because it just doesn't, you do your business the way you want to do it. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that you've come before us before. I don't like the fact that people build things and then they sort of claim that they didn't know about what was going on, and that, hey, if I had known, I would have done something different, et cetera, et cetera. I don't buy that. And then it also, I don't like when people come and then they put the burden on the Planning Commission. We didn't ask the person to build this structure. We didn't ask the person to build it the way it was built, but now you want to come and ask us to actually take responsibility for it and to say that it's going to be okay. I have issue with that. And I find it also interesting that in your submittal for the pictures that you sent 2 pictures of the front yard. There's no pictures of the backyard. So it'd be interesting to see the space-wise for the backyard. But obviously, I live in a rural neighborhood preservation area, Martin Luther King in Washington. When my parents bought that house in 1977, there were horse stables in the back. And we are on 1.5 acres of land. Our backyard was an acre. And we have neighbors that have horses. All of our lots are a minimum of a 1/2 acre lot. We have chickens, we have goats, we have horses. They ride around the neighborhood, and that's the neighborhood we live in. So to say that you're going to put 6 horses in an area that is less than a 1/2 acre, I'm not a cowboy, but I can tell you that seems to be like, wow, man. I mean, you're really trying to stuff a lot of stuff into a 1/4 acre. And it's just way, 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 way too much. So there's no way I can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Creer. Commissioner Toussaint?
I grew up in Las Vegas, mucking stables. I've mucked many, many stables, and I can tell you that at .45 acreage, 6 horses is just way too much. I mean, I grew up around horses, I know horses, and I would really feel sorry for the horses. So you will not have my support on this tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, I felt differently earlier, and looking around the area, and this is my ward, but, you know, hearing all the comments and hearing from Mr. Val Sharp and a lot of the other neighbors in the area that live in that neighborhood, you know, I understand. I mean, this is asking for a lot. I own 1.5 acres. I could have 6 horses on my property downtown. If I had another 1/4 of an acre, I could have a 7th horse, and all of us commissioners could go riding together, but we don't. Honestly, 6 horses on a little less than a 1/4 or 1/2 an acre is a little bit, reaching just a little bit. Could it be maintained? Absolutely. Will it be maintained? Who knows? And so, and it's not just about this applicant, you know. I mean, when we approve stuff, what people have to understand is whatever we approve runs with the land. It doesn't run with that particular property owner. And so you could flip this, or your client could flip this tomorrow to somebody who puts 6 horses that never cleans them, never. And so for those reasons, I can't support this. So, but if we're ready for a motion,
please.
On item number 61, are we on 61?
Yes, sir.
VAR 72268, I'd move to deny, following staff's recommendation of denial.
This motion is on the floor for denial. Please cast your vote.
Any yes votes for denial?
Yes votes for denial, and that carries.
Thank you.
All right, and item number 62, SUP 72269, move to deny, following staff's recommendation.
This motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Yes is for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those two items will go forward to the City Council and be heard at the March 21st, 2018 City Council meeting.
Okay. Item number 63, VAR 72325, applicant owner Highland Industrial Park LLC, for possible action request for variance to allow a proposed 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required at 2901 Highland Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Related item 64, VAR 72326, for possible action on a request for variance to allow a proposed 0-foot front yard setback where 10 feet is required, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. And related item 65, SDR 72328, for possible action on a request for site development plan review for proposed single-story 189-unit mini storage facility with waivers to allow no perimeter landscape buffers along all property lines where 8 feet is required, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can I get staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed mini-storage facility is located within the Las Vegas redevelopment plan area for downtown Las Vegas and supports the objectives of the plan area by retaining an existing industrial park development, by allowing the facility to expand its services provided by rehabilitating 2 lots within the park currently used for outdoor storage. The addition of shipping containers painted to match the existing warehouse facilities provides screen storage that creates an aesthetically pleasing environment, and staff is recommending approval of both requested variances and the site development plan review. Please note additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. Rick Salem, 596 Kelsford Drive, representing the owner. As staff stated, we're looking to put 189 mini storage units on the back 2 sections of the industrial property for use quite a bit by the tenants that are on the property now and for outside use. We agree with all staff's recommendations and comments and agree with their approval. We hope we get it from you too. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. This is the ideal project for the ideal street, and it's perfect. My husband developed a few buildings over there years ago, and I wish you the best. With that, I'm ready to make a motion on Sorry. Thank you, sir. We're just waiting for, there we go.
That motion carries.
Okay, and moving on to variance 72326, my motion is to follow staff's recommendation this evening for approval with all conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. And item number 65, SDR 72328, my recommendation will be for approval following staff's recommendations and including all of their reports.
Subject to staff's conditions.
Subject to staff's conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Noted. There we go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, these 3 items will go forward to the City Council meeting of March 21st, 2018.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 66, VAR 72385, applicant owner, School Board of Trustees, for a possible action request for a variance to allow alternate building and parking lot placement, a 0-foot wide perimeter landscape buffer along the south and west property lines, and on portions of the east property line, a 14-foot wide perimeter landscape buffer along the north property line where 15 is required to allow a 0 parking lot landscape islands where 17 are required, and to allow no parking lot screening where parking lots are required to be screened from adjacent roadways at 1205 Silver Lake Drive, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Related item 67, SDR 72386, for possible action on request for site development plan review for two-story classroom buildings, a one-story classroom building, and other site improvements at existing public school, primary, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, due to the proposed site design requiring a variance for the building height and placement, as well as a significant reduction in landscape materials being proposed compared to the minimum amount required by Title 19, staff is recommending denial of this request. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Mark McGinty, SH Architecture, 7250 Peak Drive, representing the applicant. The applicant is in the audience with us today. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to start off just quickly, if you could draw your attention to the
overhead.
That thing. Appreciate it. It's late for me. On the school fronts on Silver Lake Drive, which is to the east, to the north is Navajo Way, Baker's on the west, and Riverside is on the south. Now, one of the reasons we're in here, you know, CCSD likes to come in. They want to be good neighbors. We have a great neighborhood, vibrant, healthy, growing neighborhood, and we need to replace a great old school that's outlived its financial livelihood or life. What we don't want to do is come in and ask for a whole bunch of waivers or variances. But in this case, when we're dealing with a great neighborhood with 650-plus children, potential growth, and no other viable sites in the surrounding neighborhood, we've elected to go back in there and replace this facility. This is a 6.5-acre facility where a school now, usually an elementary school of this size, usually gets around 10 acres plus. We're usually pretty lucky 15 acres. So in the staff's report, when it says, or the staff made a comment about the self-imposed hardship, yes, you could say it's a self-imposed hardship, but we're staying in the same community where it's a walk-up school. That's a good thing. Addressing the variance on the landscaping, you know, we did better the condition that we had out there, but where it's a constant balance between the days that we live in now with the security risks. Visual security is extremely important to CCSD, and the fact that we have a 6.5-acre site, and we have to balance the outdoor physical educational needs of the children. We think that's some strong case to allow the variances on the landscaping. We do have 47 trees planned, 50-ish trees planned. I think the staff report asked for, said that we had 27. We did listen to staff and the community at our neighborhood meeting, and we increased the parking lot to get as many people on the side as we can. And as you can tell, we went above the call of duty on that. But our strategy on this site was also not to impact the neighborhood by adding too many more approaches, which we did have to add one. And if you notice, this is on Navajo Way. The two on the east side are in the exact same existing location. So we're not trying to add more traffic or, because, you know, schools have traffic. I'd like to also address the west side and the south. If this is a normal school, you're going to start seeing us stand up here from the SH Architecture and asking you to minimize the landscape around schools. It's not about harming the neighborhood. It's about asking the neighbors to help us monitor and secure the site. When we talk to police officers and law enforcement in all the jurisdictions, they're asking us for more visual security at night. And what we do ask is of our neighbors, and we talked about this at our neighborhood meeting, is by not having the trees along these areas and perimeters, if you see the lights on at 1 o'clock in the morning, you'll be able to see someone run across that playground. Please call the police on that. So we need help getting the schools protected. The other thing on this site, I believe the staff report also mentioned that we were insensitive to the neighbors because we built a two-story building, and that was a monolithic block. It's variegated in shape and height, and our variance asked for the height difference is only 2.5 feet for the majority of the buildings that I'm pointing to here. On the two-story sections, this is a one-story kinder care and kindergarten. And this is where 35 feet is permitted in height. These buildings are actually 37.4 feet, not 0.4 inches tall. And this one, the stair core is actually the 40-foot section. So I thought that was important to point out that we're not running out. The whole school is not 40 feet tall. And in closing, I'll make this short for you now, sorry. The two-story section is also pushed down on this end because we do have an 8-foot fall from the northwest to the southeast diagonally across the site, and we're pushing the buildings down to minimize retainer walls and the appearance along the site, which also helps us with our height and imposing it. And with that, I'll be quiet.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. And I'll start off by saying, these applications, I'm sure for staff, are difficult because they have to just look at the code and it doesn't matter what's being put in front of them. And
absolutely.
And so it's just, we do have issues with schools in the school district that need to be updated. And, I see what looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, some interior landscaping that you have in the courtyard. Is that correct?
Yes.
And around the east and north perimeter. And the height really doesn't bother me with based on what you told me the amounts are, and based on what I see in the site plan. So this is an easy one for me to support. Commissioner Roush?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, through you. It is staff's job to look out for us and make sure that they check all the boxes, but it's our job to do what's best for the neighborhood. So I think that this is a beautiful plan, and I think it's a beautiful renovation of a school that desperately needs it in an area that desperately needs it. This will add value to the neighborhood. I don't know why the neighbors would be upset about it. It looks like you've done a good job in adding traffic circulation. You've added a lot of landscaping and green areas where you can. I know you're trying to squeeze 10 pounds into a 5-pound sack here, and you really did a great job. I think the elevations are beautiful, and as Commissioner Cherry said, I don't think that it really is a violation of any height issues when you're only talking about that one small bridge area. So I will be supporting this today, and I did want to also say that I talked to Linda Perry and let her know that I was very much in favor of the fact that you guys are taking the time and the money to renovate this old neighborhood that really deserves it. So thank you for doing this.
Commissioner Slavin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I just want to say the same thing. I really appreciate everything the school district's doing, taking away the containers, putting in a modern-looking school, something where kids can actually go to a school and actually feel privileged to go to a school versus going into a container. I mean, I have construction containers with file cabinets. I don't want to do that. I want to go into a beautiful office, and I think what you're doing is great. I mean, and with the limited amount of land that the school district has, we won't be able to fit, every school into our Title 19 code. But we got to do the best with what land we do have, because there's not a tremendous amount of land out there for the school district. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Commissioner Creer?
Thank you. Without any further ado, agenda item, unless there's no other comments, agenda item 66, VAR 72385, and move for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman,
Related item.
Mr. Chairman, could I interrupt you for 1 second, please?
We're voting for
We still have the
approval.
vote.
On the SDR? Are you voting on the SDR?
He might have a condition changed.
I have a condition change on the SDR.
He has a condition change.
Please.
Oh, please. Okay, thank you. On item 8 of the condition, we'd ask that if the variance was approved on the other landscaping, could we strike the last sentence out of item 8?
I'll defer to staff and to read out that condition on what specifically the request is. Give us 1 second.
Mr. Chairman, through you.
Yep.
On condition of approval number 8 of the SDR, if we could just delete everything after shall not impede visibility of any traffic control device. So the portion that says the technical landscape plan shall include the following should be deleted from that point on.
So what takes its place then? There's no landscaping?
That's correct. The condition was written with the intent, as if the variance would be denied. So the condition was written to bring the property into compliance with Title 19.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Mr. Chair? Yep. Thank you. Agenda item 67, SDR S2386. I move for approval, subject to the recommendation of the conditions on item number 8 that staff read in the record.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, those items will go, I'm sorry, those items are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Moving on to item number 68, VAR 72267, applicant owner William Haley for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 15-foot accessory structure where 12 feet is the maximum height permitted at 3600 Fox Glen Parkway, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can you get staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of a height variance for an RV port in the rear yard. The RV port was constructed without permits and is the subject of a current code enforcement case. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Now, please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is William A. Haley. Spelling the last name is Haley. I reside at 3600 Fox Glen Parkway.
Thank you, Mr. Haley. Could you talk about your application?
Yes, in regards to my application, I have a total of a dissigned petition in the community. I have here in front of me here, and there are 15 signatures of my neighbors within my community saying that they had no problem with this particular carport that sits there presently at this present time. Also, that when I talked to the planning department, I've met with them probably about 4 or 5 different times, and we tried to work something out. They wanted me to paint it a certain color so it would blend in within the community itself. Within my community, there's probably about 103 residents. Of those 103, there are 13 of these particular carports within my residence, within my 1,000 feet radius. Outside of that radius, the next community over, which is probably about 2 blocks, there are 4 more. And if you go on the south, which is Godwin, and on the north, which is Alexander, Maverick is that dividing line where the county is on the other side, and there's tons of those structures on that side. But if you go over to Torrey Pines, which is the east, there are a total of over 33 of these RV carports that sit there. All the RV carports have been there before I got there. The neighbor behind me was the one who complained about it. I adjusted it, I moved it. I was told that if it was freestanding, no electricity, no water, no power, no gas, that I did not need a permit, and that's what I based it on. But then once I realized that there was a problem, and I talked with the code enforcer, he explained to me what needed to be done, and then I start following the directions of the planning department, which is at 333 Ranchville Drive.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments specific to it?
I do have pictures of those structures throughout the community. And presently, this is what it looks like now. The biggest thing I was told was about the it was because it was a metal structure and it was something that was not made. But in my community, there's probably over 50, 60 motorhomes, RVs that's in about 12 and a half feet, and that is the maximum. They're 12 and a half feet up to 13 feet. So what's going on now is that everyone's buying these RV carports throughout the community. You can drive anywhere in my community. You can drive outside of my community. You can drive on the east side, west side, north side, and you'll constantly see these carports with these RVs, which is Class A motorhomes, sitting up under them, and they are 12 and a half feet up to 13 and a half feet, especially the fifth wheels. And they're sitting there also in my community. So that's...
Thank you, Mr. Haley, for that. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Creer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I've spoke to Mr. Haley about this, and I think there's no issue with what he's done, and he's tried to comply with everything. His neighbors are in compliance. The issue in this particular situation is actually Title 19, in essence, because Title 19 states that that the height can only be 12 feet. The maximum height is 12 feet, and his is 15. But I was speaking to Mr. Haley, and RVs themselves are a minimum 12 and a half feet. Was that correct, Mr. Haley?
That is correct. The minimum of those Class A's are 12 and a half feet. They can go up to 13.6. By state law, they can go up to 14 feet in height.
Right.
And
so I don't think that the code is actually up to speed with the building of the RVs. Maybe at some point they were 12 feet or under 12 feet, but they aren't now. So I think that we should, I don't know if it's up to us, our planning or whomever, take a look at that. And because they'll always be in front of us with the variance. In a nutshell, I don't have a problem with it. Mr. Haley seems like a sound neighbor. His neighbors are in favor of it as well. So I would recommend approval for it if there's any other comment.
No discussion? Anyone?
Great.
No. Commissioner Creer?
Item 68, VAR 72267. I move for approval.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that item is final action here tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 69, VAR 72416, applicant owner 66 and Elton Avenue LLC for possible action on a request for variance to allow 2 signs on the northern tenant space elevation where 1 sign is allowed and to allow a wall signage area of 19% on the building elevation where 10% is allowed at 6060 Elton Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of variance for signage on the north facade of an existing building as the result of a building permit denial. The existing PR zoning district allows a single wall sign not to exceed 10% of the building facade area. The applicant is proposing 2 separate signs that will occupy approximately 18.5% of the facade area. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Jacob Gateson, 6630 Arroyo Springs Street, representing the applicant. The sign in question, its main audience is the interstate, which is a little over 440 feet, give or take. So the size of the sign is about legibility at that distance and also the speed of traffic going by. You will also note that on the property, there are other 2-story buildings that have several signs that are similar in size and scope. And the layman who drives by and isn't familiar with Title 19 is going to see these very large signs, and a small sign. So we're also concerned that that impacts an impression. The Small Business Association says that 51% of your new business comes from the impact of your sign. There's also the unit in question. So for the 2 signs, that unit in question, that building has 2 units in it, and the business encompasses them both. I know that the title reads specifically tenant, but I think the intent is about the amount of business that can be there. On that same site, there are other businesses that have more than one sign on the same elevation as well. So I think it's consistent with the overall site and intent. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close that portion and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, so if I understand this correctly, there's two signs that front on the 95 or the 95?
Yeah, so if it's not up on the screen, I have a copy. So these are the proposed signs. Right here would be those two. Currently, there's nothing on that elevation. It does face the 95. The 95 is about 440 or so feet away, give or take. At that distance, you need somewhere between 14 and 18 inch letter height to really be legible.
Okay, so that's fronting on 95. And is there something so we're talking about, believe me, I read 1,871 pages of backup information 2 nights ago. So you have one wall sign on Elton, right?
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, there is a yes on the front elevation. Yes.
Okay. And is what we're seeing on this overhead right now? That's what you're proposing?
That's what we're proposing, and that would face the 95. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Quinn?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you. Regarding item number 69, variance 72416, I'm going to make the recommendation for approval this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
All right, then, my vote is...
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will move forward to the City Council and be heard at the 3/21/2018 City Council meeting.
Have a great evening.
Commissioner Roush, I apologize. I heard I missed you for comments. I apologize.
No problem.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I missed you too.
that was my fault.
I apologize.
Moving on to item number 70, VAR 72420, applicant owner Jose Israel Lopez and Margarita Ojeda for possible action on a request for variance to allow a 35-foot front yard setback from a public street where 50 feet is required for a proposed single-family dwelling on the west side of Mustang Street, approximately south of Buckskin Avenue. Ward 5, staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a new single-family residence on a lot zoned RE Residence Estates. The proposed structure would encroach 15 feet into the front yard setback area. Pushing the residence back the necessary 15 feet would result in a rear yard setback of approximately 76 feet, which would still easily meet the required rear yard setback of 35 feet. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and that the site can be redesigned to meet Title 19 standards, and staff is recommending denial. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Andrew Sierra. Address 1025 Via Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada 89106, and I'm representing my aunt, Margarita Ojeda, who lives on 5313 Patricia Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada 89130. So I'm more than sure everyone here is tired, hungry, and wants to go home, so I'll wrap this up rather quickly. So good evening to the chairman and to the board members. So first and foremost, the property in Clark. The property was originally in Clark County and was recently annexed by the city of Las Vegas to use the city sewer. In Clark County, front setback is 40 feet, and if we were to plant 2 trees, we could reduce it to 28 feet for 50% of the front of the house, as found on Chapter 30. As found in Chapter 3040 in the zoning basic districts, -1 under the rural residential property standards, and if you were to look at the footprint of the house, there's there's 2 garages as well as a courtyard. And the first garage would be within 35 feet of the street. Secondly, the area is developing fast from rural to urban. If you were to take a look at the aerial map here, the property right in front of the other property is a subdivision of 4 houses, a cul-de-sac, as well as another nearby property. And thirdly, they are planning to build a swimming pool as well as a casita in the future, and a back foot gain from the front setback will be more useful to us, more useful to them in the future. The owners are willing to do whatever necessary in order to reduce the front setback requirements for this individual case, whether it be by planting more trees along the front of the house or any other conditions the board may impose. We humbly request you to consider our request to reduce the front setback and approve this variance, please, and thank you.
Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to say that I think that this is a lovely plan and a lovely home. I recognize that it is within the typical front yard setback area, but I understand the hardship that is created when you have side-loaded garages off of a courtyard. And I think that the trade-off is that you've done something very interesting, and you have a drive court and an entry feature that is unlike what we usually see, which is just a ranch house facing the street, very boring, very, monotonous. So I applaud you for doing something unique and interesting, and I don't think that it's a hardship to the neighborhood, and I think it's lovely, and I'll be supporting you today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a motion? Commissioner?
Well, I see that Commissioner Creer would like to say something.
Oh, I just want to say it looks very nice. Su casa es muy hermosa, señora. Muchas gracias. And buena suerte.
Thank you. Can we get a motion?
Agenda item 70 VAR 72420. I move for approval.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action here tonight unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, moving on to item number 71, VAR 72436, applicant owner Jose L. Reyes for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an existing 162 square foot accessory structure, class 2 storage shed, to have a 0-foot side yard setback where there 3 feet is required, and allow an accessory structure that is not aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling where such is required at 805 Upland Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the variance request to be a self-imposed hardship, as the storage shed could have been constructed in an area of the yard that would allow for conformance to the setback requirements for accessory structures, and constructed of materials similar to the existing residence or painted to match for aesthetic compatibility. Staff is recommending denial of this request. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Larry Sanchez, 7844 Sorenbrook Street, representing the applicant once again.
Thank you.
Asking staff and council, this applicant of mine approached me and said, hey, look, I built something without a permit, as we know. And I said, hey, look, all I could do is ask if we can get a variance for a 3-foot setback. Now, with that said, I said, you may have a possibility, but again, you gotta abide by the rules. So of course, he already built this thing, and I said, well, it's up to the Planning Commission to allow you to build this. This is a 164 square foot storage facility. I don't know for the record where he stands with his neighbor, but I believe his neighbor to the south of him got a variance, I believe, to put a 0 lot line up against the property line just south of him. So I guess the homeowner was under the impression that he could do something similar, and I said, well, it'd be nice if you got a building permit first, so that's why I'm here. Again, we understand that any fire-resistant material would have to be followed, but again, this is a small storage structure.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush.
I have a question for the applicant and then for staff. This looks like the RV enclosure that we just approved for the other guy. Is it the same? No? The pictures that you're showing, the pictures that I'm looking at on my screen show it as an RV enclosure.
Commissioner Roush, if you look a little closer to the left of the palm tree, you can see a tan structure just under it to the left. There is an RV structure, but I do notice a tan structure.
Okay, so now I understand. So there's an RV enclosure, and then to the left of the RV enclosure is the structure that we're speaking of, correct?
Correct.
Applicant, can you please show me on the site plan
Yeah,
exactly where the structure is that you're talking about?
Yeah, it's this one right here up against the property line.
Okay.
The one shaded, it's, he would have to obviously match the existing house, materials, stucco, concrete tile.
Right, so he's up against his neighbor's wall. Has he spoken with the neighbor about this at all?
Yes, he has, and unfortunately, he's not here tonight, the owner, but he assured me that he was going to get me a letter of approval from his side neighbor, which I don't have at this time to show you.
Unfortunately, as is consistent with all of your clients, they tend to build first and ask for permission later, and I know that that's a strategy for some people, but we don't look kindly upon it, as Commissioner Creer has also mentioned. So unfortunately, I'll probably have to vote no on this tonight.
Commissioner Quinn?
Yeah, ready. Hold on a second. I just got, so I know I'm good, I'm ready to go. So here's the thing. If you have the letter of support from the neighbor in front of us tonight, I would probably consider it. And because we're not jamming up our agenda with abeyance after abeyance after abeyance, what I'm going to do is recommend that we follow staff's recommendation this evening for denial. That will give you 2 weeks to get that letter, to go to the city councilwoman and plead your case with her, because at this level, I cannot approve it because of the neighbor not being here with no letter. So therefore, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation this evening for denial on variance 72436.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Yes vote is for denial.
Got it.
Thank you.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that application is final action here tonight unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 72, SUP 72402, applicant Michael Bellin, owner Centennial Azure LLC, for possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed 20,630 square foot auto repair garage major use with a waiver to allow disabled vehicles to be stored in an area which is not screened from the view of the surrounding properties at 7400 West Azure Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And related item number 73, SDR 72403, for possible action on request for site development plan review for a proposed 20,630 square foot auto repair garage major facility with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the west, north, and east perimeters where 8 feet is required, and a 0-foot buffer along a portion of the south perimeter where 15 is required. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed to construct a major auto repair garage without adequate screening for disabled vehicles and 0-foot wide landscape buffers along the north, west, and east property lines. Staff finds the site design as submitted is not suitable for the subject site or the surrounding area and is recommending denial of both applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Michael Bellon, 1408 Saintsbury Drive. I'd like to just clarify a few things before we acquiesce to many of staff's conditions. While I understand the verbiage of storing disabled vehicles is part of Title 19 and necessary for the use, but just to extrapolate a little bit, this is going to be a adjunct facility for 2 existing automobile dealerships, Planet Nissan and Centennial Hyundai, both operating in the Centennial Hills area. We have an abundance of service, so we've decided to use this site, which is in between Finley's Honda dealership and an auto repair garage, an auto body repair garage, to do additional service for the vehicles from those two dealerships. We set up the facility specifically so that the service portion of the building would be set back deep enough so that in time we could add a showroom to the front of the facility and hope that it could become a franchised auto dealership. Had an opportunity to meet with Commissioner DeSalvio and discuss the fact that we are 100% ready to acquiesce to the 8-foot necessary landscape buffers along the east, west, and north sides. We thought at the time, because we have a block wall with an operating gate on both the east and west sides to separate the front from the rear of the property, that it would not make sense to add additional landscaping and watering to the rear. But in complying with staff's conditions and what we believe both the Commissioner DeSalvio and Councilwoman Fiore would like, we're happy to go ahead and put that there as well. So it's not that we'll be storing disabled vehicles, although you can say that when people bring their cars in for service, they are to some extent disabled, but we will just be bringing them from our other two dealerships to this location to work on them, and then returning them to the dealerships, the Hyundai facility and the Nissan facility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, turn it over to staff. Commissioner Rausch.
Question, I'm looking at all of the site plans and elevations, and I don't see, oh, here it is. So the screening on either side of the building, is it all wrought iron fence where you can see through the fencing to the back?
It's our intention to put a block wall from both along the east side and the west side, with operating at gates through the fire lanes.
Okay, so only the gates would be the wrought iron that you're depicting?
Correct.
Okay. My comment is that I think it's a beautiful facility. If you build it according to the plan and the way that the site plan shows, you've got a very nice and compatible parking lot that's consistent with the properties on either side of you. You've got landscape fingers, you've got trees, everything looks exactly like the rest of the car dealers that you see up and down the street there. And provided that you've got the block wall on either side to screen the repaired vehicles or the vehicles under repair in the back, or storage, I have no problem with it. I think it looks beautiful, and it looks, like you say, a future car dealership, so I can support this today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlaven?
Yes, Chairman, through you. Commissioner Rausch, your question to the applicant, he answered you that it was his intention to put up a block wall, but if, I mean, it could be his intention, but if that's something that you'd like to see, I would like for you to make a added condition versus just saying, hey, this is my intention, and not do it. Thank you.
And we'd be happy to acquiesce to that as well.
Commissioner DeSalvio?
Yes, and, well, let's get to 72, but I want to put some conditions on 73, as we discussed with the 36-inch box trees, doing the landscaping along the sides that you tried to pull it from. So I want to make sure that we take care of that whole back part that backs up to the 215, like we discussed.
Absolutely, we agree to that.
Okay. If there's no other further questions, I'd like to move for approval on item 72, SUP 72402.
Commissioner, can we maybe get staff to read in those specific conditions into the record, just so we have?
The one that I had, I think, falls under 73, but Commissioner...
Oh, gotcha. You're correct, yes. Okay.
I was going to save that for next.
My apologies. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion for approval on item 73, SDR 72403, with the conditions of the proper landscape buffers as discussed. And I'm not sure what kind of technical language you need to say to make it legit, but you know where I'm going with it.
Staff, can we read something into the record? Can't hear you.
Mr. Chairman, can I get clarification on where the trees are going to be going into?
Can you pull up the site plan again on the back side of the property from behind the building on both sides and along the 215? If you look, and how this discussion came about is the other dealerships that this is wedged in between, literally, we're required to do landscape buffers, and we felt that if they had to do it, he has to do it. So we basically want to make sure that he does no more and no less than everybody else that was required to get their stuff going. So I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but in his item 73, he asked to have a 0-foot landscape buffer along the west, north, and east perimeter. I'm requiring that it goes back to whatever standard that's required. So I'm not allowing him to have a 0-foot. I want what's required. If it's 6 foot, 8 foot, 15 foot, then that's what it's got to be. And the applicant was fine with that.
Okay, so you're just, the request is just to bring the property up to the standards of the town center plan. Yep. So the request includes a waiver, which is condition number 4. So condition number 4 should be deleted. And then condition number 10, at the end of that, I would say we add a sentence to the effect that a revised landscape plan complying with all requirements of the town center master plan or master development plan shall be submitted to the planning department for review and approval.
And are you okay with that, Ms. Bell?
I am okay with that, but I did want to just clarify, we had discussed about not putting the finger islands in the parking field in the rear of the building where the storage is, and that is the typical condition with all of the other dealerships, or most of the other dealerships.
And you are correct
in
with
town.
that.
Okay, great. Then
You're
yes,
correct.
absolutely comply.
Okay.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Excuse me, is there going to be an added condition on the fence or the wrought iron, the block wall, I mean?
I didn't hear it. Commissioner, did you have an added condition on the block wall?
Well, as we discussed, and that would have been on item 72, correct? So I don't know how we go backwards on that one, but when we sat and met, we talked about the block wall with the wrought iron gates, and you're fine with that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, through you, we do have a condition number 6 that addresses removing a chain link. We could add to the end of that a block or any additional walls or fences shall be block walls complying with the town center master plan.
Okay, applicant, you're good with that?
I'm acceptable to.
Commissioner DeSavio, there was a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries with the amended conditions.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. We're going to hear one more item before we take a quick break. Item number 74, SUP 72373, applicant Ferdinand and Anton F. Hantig, owner Pozemki LLC, for possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed animal keeping and husbandry use, 1 lion, 1 tiger, and 1 leopard, with waivers to allow 0-foot distance separation from a residential dwelling where 1,500 feet is required, and to allow a 30-foot distance separation from a public park where 1,500 feet is required at 2225 Monastery Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed keeping of non-domesticated animals does not meet the minimum distance separation requirement set forth by Title 1912, as the proposed use would occur approximately 30 feet from a public park and 0 feet from an existing single-family dwelling where 15 feet is required. Staff finds that the proposed use cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious or compatible with the surrounding area and is recommending denial of the request. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Tony Ferkos Hantik, 2225 Montessori Street.
Ferdinand Ferkos Hantik, 2225 Montessori Street.
Could you spell your last name, please?
H-A-N as Nancy, T as Tom, I-G. Hantik.
Thank you.
And this is mine.
I'm Antoine's daughter. My name's Tatiana Hantege. I'll just be speaking on behalf of
Can I
them.
get your address for the record, please?
The address that it's for?
Your address.
517 Princeton Street.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank everyone, because I know it's late. But we, the Ferkos Hantix family, are asking the City of Las Vegas to reinstate our special use permit in order to house our 3 big cats, 1 lion, Sinbad, 1 white tiger, Dora, and 1 black leopard, Ferdy. These animals have retired from show business, and we want them to live out their final years with us, surrounded by love, comfort, and the dignity that only we can provide. Dora is 16 and currently undergoing treatment for severe gastroenteritis. Sinbad is 10 years old and suffers from kidney problems that have led to acute renal failure. And finally, Ferdy, he's 19 years old, which is very old for a leopard. The normal lifespan of these animals are 16 to 20 years old. These animals need constant supervision, including having all meat deboned before consumption. You will find additional details in each animal's health in the attached letter from our veterinarian, Dr. Thomas. The house was built in 1977. That was when the permit was originally instated, and I believe until 2004. Our compound at Montessori was built to code and permitted for these animals for many years. This habitat is fully equipped to be in compliance with all animal control regulations, as well as the animal's comfort, with a run space, swimming pool, cooler for extreme summers, and heater for winter weather, and a sewage system for cleaning. There are 3 barriers surrounding the property: an 8-foot-high chain-link fence with barbed wire, a perimeter fence to surround that, and a main gate to the property. In addition, the security system is supervised by the USDA. We have worked with big cats in our magic show for over 40 years and fully understand the requirements for public safety. We traveled with our show around the world, educating the public about these endangered species. We strongly believe that our animals, Sinbad, Dora, and Ferdy, deserve an honorable retirement at the Montessori location, as that was their original home. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? If we could have you sit down in the front row here while we go through the public portion. There are 3 microphones. If you could make some lines. I'd ask that we're not repetitive in comment and we stick to the actual application, please, on whether you're for or against the application. And I'll need your name and address for the record, please.
Vanessa Rago, 2110 Bogart Court. I live about 370 feet from the animal enclosure area on the property. I live there with my husband and my 3 young children. I can see the compound from my living room, my backyard, my master bedroom, my office, and I use Rainbow Park on an almost daily basis as well, which is located directly across from the application location. I've spoken with over 25 neighbors over the past week, and I speak tonight mostly on behalf of my family, but also on behalf of the many neighbors who stand in opposition to the permit, many of whom have sent in online application letters or comments online. As you just heard, the family is asking for the waiver based on the fact that the 3 cats are retired and in poor health and can only be taken care of, need constant care to be taken care of. However, I think that today's permit application must be reviewed and considered in light of today's neighborhood, not the neighborhood in 1984 when I believe the permit was originally obtained. And without the required 1,500-foot separation from both the park and residences, the public safety is by default jeopardized. This presents what I consider to be inappropriate and unacceptable risk. And really, if we think about it, all it takes is one single point of failure, one absent-minded moment, one unexpected medical issue on the part of on the part of an animal handler for a possibly tragic outcome. And as sympathetic as I think we all are to the health and the state of the animals, I implore you not to put these animals' comfort above my safety, my children's safety, and that of the public at large. The family states that they fully understand the requirements for public safety. I ask you to consider this statement in light of the fact that many neighbors I spoke with have either seen or heard a lion or other wildcats on the property since 2008 or 2004 when the permit was apparently taken away. On the package it says 2008. They stated 2004. I don't know when it was, but many neighbors have recently seen or heard a lion. Our own nanny was walking up O'Bannon sometime in early 2017 and saw a lion sitting outside the front door of the property, which, as you can see from your photos, is well outside the animal enclosure area on the compound. All that separated that lion from the street, from the park, from my house, is a standard perimeter fence and that of the fence that we have around our house. One neighbor has recent audio recording of a lion on the property. My direct neighbor moved in November 2017 and has heard a lion roaring twice since she's moved in. And so if this is true that they have intermittently housed wildcats on the property without a permit, I ask you to consider what value they would place on the rules that a permit would impose. In closing, I ask that you please put the safety of all the surrounding residents and park users first as you vote tonight, and it is also my sincere hope that the applicants find a suitable location for their animals outside of city limits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please step forward. We have 3 microphones we can line up.
Hi, my name is Christina Perrone, 7010 Pacific Coast Street. I'm here on behalf of Pecole Little League. We use Rainbow Family Park, which is directly behind the housing, for our Little League on an average evening. Over 200 players, not including families, would be cycled through that park, and on a Saturday, 400 to 600 different children and their families would be cycled through that park as well. That doesn't include any other children playing on the park or families just enjoying a picnic. We ask that you deny this as we are concerned for the safety of our children. I am the secretary of the league, and we brought this up to our board meeting, and the first response was, my kids will not play. So our goal is to make sure that all kids play Little League, a sport, whatever they want, and we don't want to risk that to house animals that could potentially harm someone. We understand they may or may not, but we aren't willing to risk that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, Christina Beltram, 2111 Bogart Court. Not to repeat, but I am in agreement with everything that's been said here, and I do oppose this application for the permit. I also wanted to add that there is a school bus stop that is right directly across the street from the property every morning, and my family and I do use the park all the time. We walk our dogs, and I can tell you right now I will not feel safe if I know that there are wild animals 30 feet away.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Amber Champion. I'm at 2270 Montessori Street. I actually just bought a house in January and moved in, so I have not yet met my new neighbors yet. But I agree with everything that's been said, so I don't want to repeat anything. But just a quick Google search, and you can find that there have been escaped animals all over the country. And unfortunately, they usually does not do well for the animals because our law enforcement is not trained to deal with animals like that. Our neighbors are unprepared to handle emergencies like that. So even though exotic pets are allowed in the state of Nevada, in Las Vegas, we're just not prepared for that here, and the 1,500 feet restriction should be in place from our homes and to the park as well. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, sir, for the record.
Valentine Calancea, 2280 Vilfort Court. So me and my family would strongly oppose this application for a couple of reasons. First of all, Commissioners, we're talking about here wild animals. I don't care if you're Siegfried and Roy or if you're a special human being, you're dealing here with wild animals. So anything could happen at any time, even if you think you have total control with them. Number one. Number two, this property is, as the neighbor said, is located right across from a city park with hundreds of people and kids playing on a daily basis. Third of all, I have 3 daughters and I walk to the park almost on a daily basis. I don't want to be walking and looking over my shoulders and wondering if any day am I going to see that cat coming towards me or any of that nature. And then, from my understanding is that these wild animals were living in Pahrump or some other remote areas. So the question is, why not keep them there? It's a rural area with 50,000 people with lots of empty space there. So why come here right now? And then last but not least, Commissioners, if you approve this, my question is, what's next? Can I buy an elephant and get an approval? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Galancia. Name and
Good
address.
evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Carlos Fabri. I live at 2004 Grand Island Court. I live at 3 blocks far from the compound, but I'm really concerned about the well-being of these wild animals. I recall the problems that the city had several years ago with the zoo that was really troublesome here in the city. And according to the photos that I just looked also, I don't think they are well set up for the summer season for these poor animals. On the other hand, I asked myself how well they cared about these animals, because they don't look too old, which means that wildlife has to be more respected in this community as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fowry. Thank you for keeping your comments brief. On the public side, we're going to close the public portion. Ask the applicant come up, and I'll give you 2 minutes to have a rebuttal.
I do want to mention that we were actually in Pahrump during a lot of this time, and part of the reason that the animals were at the property often was that a lot of the animals were poisoned when we were in Pahrump, and not only our animals, but over 7 dogs in Pahrump that were poisoned, and that is actually why a lot of them are sick at this time. So as for the veterinarian, he had recommended that we take them back to Las Vegas, to the original property, just so that they had a safe area to be in.
And it has air condition because right now we have the animal by a friend who has birds on Decatur, and they live in a small cages, 18 by 18. We have a big place. We have a pool for them. We have air condition. We got a heater for the winter. So it's a perfect place for them. And we got an 8-foot fence. We got 2 or 3 petitions. So these people, they don't need to be afraid that the tiger gonna eat the children, because we are in 40 years in the business, and we do show for kids with the animals, and nobody was eaten or hurt. And these animals are very old. They have no teeth anymore, and I have to cut the meat for them. I have to give the pills for them. And for us to be, not to give the permission, we have to give them to a sanctuary, to probably to Arizona somewhere, and they won't survive there because they will have nobody to take care of them like we do. They've been raised in Montessori. In 2004, we've been touring in South America, and we didn't reapply for it. That's how we lost the permit. Then we bought other place, but we lost the place, so we like to bring our animals back where they was raised. And we are professional, we are not some amateurs that we let the tiger go or the lion go or our leopard go. We like to take care of them because we've been with them all our life, these animals. And we've been there first. We built the place in 1978. There were no parks, there were nobody much around it, and I think we should have the honor to have, because we spend lots of money for a compound, and we like to give our animals the last rest in a good, comfortable place, so they can run, they can swim, and when it's heat, they have air conditioning. When it's cold, they got a heater. Otherwise, we have to say goodbye to them, and they're probably in some sanctuary. They will not survive more than probably a year, because nobody gonna take care of them like we do. And we own them to take care of them till they die.
If I could just add as well, that park has actually been there since the 1990s, and we had grandfathered a permit for quite a long time. It's during that same time. I remember when I was a teenager, I did see baseball games, but not at all during that time did the animals ever escape or anyone was afraid. Neighbors were actually happy to hear the lions in the morning and enjoyed it. I can see how that can be different now, though.
And I used to invite all the school to come over to see the animals, and I give them education about the animals. So our compound is like a fortress. It's probably secure like a secret Roy place in Mirage.
Thank you.
We have USDA inspecting us all the time, so I don't see no problem about it.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments. We've gone over our 2 minutes on the rebuttal, but thank you for the comments. I'm going to close it out now and turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Kick it off.
And I'd just like to say I can feel the passion that you guys have for the animals. I also can say I can hear the clear passion of the neighbors, and you know, if I look at the history of something, I can see how this neighborhood has really evolved, where a city's tried to work with you to have approvals or work with this property and try to have approvals, and then over time SUPs and 2-year reviews were denied, and it's at the point where it's at today. And maybe that's the time when the animals were in another property, but clearly the neighborhood has evolved. People have moved into it. I see 75 people that have written in protest associated with it. So I'm just, as heart-wrenching as it here about the animals, we have to weigh the neighborhood as a whole, and it's just something I won't be able to specifically support this application on. So, Commissioner Schlappen.
Thank you, Chairman, through you. Do you actually walk into the cage with the cougars?
Well, they are hand-raised. We raise them from babies with us. They are used to people. I used to let them play with the kids. And
Okay.
when the neighbors,
that was just
when
a
they,
question.
when the neighbors
It's not a
want,
plan-related question. I was just curious about that, but I think cats are cool, but I think also cats are scary.
maybe I should give them a tour, the neighbors. They should come over and see it, how secure is
I
our
would
place.
love to come see the cats, but actually, I think the neighbors, I mean, Chairman Cherry was saying that there was 75 protest cards. So there were 75 protest cards after the initial 25, so there is actually 100 people in protest. And I remember you all coming before us in, you know, October 23rd, 2008, and we spoke about this. And unfortunately, it was right across the street from the park. And I mean, if it wasn't right across the street from the park, and there wasn't so many houses and everything else, and I know that y'all have had this place since the 80s and so on and so forth, but I don't think
when you got a secure place, you can have around middle of the city. All the zoos in Europe are zoo in the middle of the city. I mean, you need just a proper place. You know what?
I think,
I mean, Siegfried they right on the strip, and a million people there.
Let's keep it on point.
I appreciate that, and I just I have to listen to, you know, people when there's like 100 people in opposition, and I wish the best for your cats. I really do. And I think hopefully you can find a habitat bigger than the habitat that they're in where they could survive. But I just don't know if I could support it with that many people in opposition. I really feel bad about it because I know you're passionate, just as passionate as y'all were back in 2008 and everything else. But thank you for coming before us and speaking tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, I love animals. Nobody loves animals more than I do. And luckily for me, the city has a requirement as how many dogs and cats I can have, because if not, I would probably have 12 dogs, 12 cats, and a pig and a goat. But with saying that, I have 3 children, and I have 5 grandchildren, and I just wouldn't be comfortable. And I did drive by the property. I actually sat there looking at the property for about a half hour, drinking my Starbucks. And I just wouldn't feel comfortable having my grandchildren walk from the house to the park, knowing that the animals are there. Have they gotten out? No, but it doesn't mean they can't get out. And I think people's safety is more important than anything else. So you will not have my support on this tonight.
Commissioner Quinn.
Yes. You know, Tatiana, you're dealing with a very sensitive planning commission tonight. All of us are, this isn't one of those things where you just vote no because it's the right or wrong thing to do. I personally am sad to tell you no. And it really should be a slam dunk because the children or the animals there's no record of any problems with your animals. There's no records of them getting out. But how dare us be a commission that would vote yes to keep them and have something happen one time? I would never forgive myself. But yet I sympathize with you with a very heavy heart. With that, we look at an application, and where there's a 1,500-foot distance separation that's required, you have 30 feet. And that's all we have to, that's all I can look at right now because I can't look at anything else. With that being said, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for the denial of SUP 72373, and I think all of us wish you the best for your animals, with no disrespect. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to the City Council and be heard at the March 21st, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. We've gone past our 2 hours. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Thank you.
Yeah, if you want, always, if you wanted to write something to summarize what you want to say, you can always send that to me, and I can make sure that it gets on into the packet so that it goes on our student. You can always reach out to Councilman directly to talk to them. I think I would like to call them. Yeah, we can certainly do that. Okay. And if you want, since these results will go live for a little while, if you wanted to, you could give me a call tomorrow, and I could let you know what happened tonight. All right. I think that's safe. Yeah, I understand.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to order. We're on item number 75, and I'd just like to note to the audience that it looks like the next 9 or so application or agenda items are located in the same building at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard. On this portion, I'm going to give the applicants 4 minutes to talk. I'm going to give in the public hearing 1 minute for each person in the public to talk. I'd respectfully ask, please don't be redundant. We've heard comments in the past about the shooter. We've heard comments in the past about access controls. So if there's something new or relevant that you feel, and I'm sure there is, that you feel needs to be added to the record, please bring it to the record. And this entire body has heard about applications in this building. And then I'm going to give the applicant 2 minutes to come back up and speak before I turn it over to the commission. So we're going to try and get through these in a steadfast fashion. Item number 75, SUP 72390, applicant owner TNOLV LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2316. Staff recommends denial. And related item 76, SUP 72391, applicant owner TNOLV excuse me, LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term rental with a waiver to allow excuse me, a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2512, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate short-term residential rental units that do not comply with the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. The proposed use is located within the multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use development. Special use permit SUP 71424 was approved for a short-term residential rental unit within the development by the City Council on 11/15/17, therefore requiring a waiver of 0 feet for each subsequent similar request. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note that there are additional letters of protest, support, and concern since publication.
Thank you. Is the applicant here today? Well, that's pretty sad. Do we need to open up for public hearing? We do need to open up for public hearing. This application is open up for public hearing. Again, I'm going to give each person a minute, respectively. If we can't be redundant, if we can go through. Clearly, we don't have an applicant. I'd appreciate it.
We have some packets for you, so
If you want to hand them
Yeah.
to staff there. And let's line up at the microphones. We have, yes.
These are two separate units, even though it's owned by the same, they're the same ownership, but two separate units. So if they have a particular unit in mind, maybe you want to make sure they spell that out so that the clerk can get that down for that particular unit.
Thank you. We're speaking on items number 75 and 76. Can I get your name and address for the record, please? Ma'am? Anybody? Okay.
Tricia Kay, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2002, that's the Ogden High Rise. We just want to make some brief overview points that are relevant to all 9 applications. In January, we heard the first 2 waiver requests in the Ogden, and we said then that there'd be some 40 more waiting in the wings wanting to apply, and sure enough, now we have 9 more. So this isn't really about the 2 in January or the 9 tonight. It's a question of whether the whole 40 unlicensed short-term rentals in the Ogden will apply, or even more, would the whole 275 units be eligible for a waiver. So just on that, what criteria would you decide, and who gets licenses, who doesn't, new owners, new applicants, how do you decide? Many are going to say they bought their unit.
Ms. Kane, sorry to interrupt you. Are you speaking on behalf of other people?
Yes, I'm speaking, and each person is going to have a minute, so...
Well, okay, your minute is up, so...
Okay, that's fine. If I could just close, we asked for the same protection as any homeowner in Las Vegas, and that's one short-term rental per 60 foot.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Nancy Seamers. I live in Ogden, Unit 1903. We have a revolving door of unscreened and unsupervised strangers with no regard for community rules and in some cases for common decency. Most of these rentals are owned by absentee investors. They have never met their guests. They live out of state. They run these rentals by remote control. Their system relies on internet interviews. Neighbors are never asked. There is nothing in Las Vegas business licensing that requires them to do any screening. They can advertise on Craigslist if they want. And under Nevada law, a condo HOA cannot screen tenants or guests. Only the owner can. Ogden security is not hotel grade. There are no cameras on residential floors or elevators. There is only one unarmed security guard and no pool guard. A simple fob provides access to all floors, and no fob is needed to access the pool.
Thank you, Mrs. Seamers. Thank you for your comment. Name and address, please.
Linda Rafael, I live at the Ogden, Unit 1110,
Could you spell your last name quickly?
Rafael.
Thank you.
The Ogden is not set up for short-term rentals. One rental can affect all of the residents. We share walls, corridors, pool, gym, parking areas. And when our building is damaged, we all pay the costs. We have one unarmed security guard and one concierge per 8-hour shift. These staff have been strained to the limit with these 40 unlicensed rentals. Last year, an Airbnb group refused to leave their unit. That single unarmed guard was called to evict them. What if that guard had been injured? The homeowners would be liable for damages. There have been frequent outages of pool, elevator, and now the fob system has been down since New Year. Broken glass has been found in the pool on several occasions. And when this happens, the whole pool has to be drained, cleared, and refilled, again at the expense of all homeowners. These investors have purchased at the Ogden without any intention of living here and without checking into and verifying city rules and regulations on short-term rentals. Our HOA has repeatedly notified all owners of licensing requirements, yet they continue...
Mr. Fell, we've gone over the minute. I will say, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'd like if you want to turn in your notes to the staff, we can have it for the record, just so we can keep
That's
going
okay.
through. We're trying to get through this as steadfast as possibly. Can I get your
And
name
Mr.
and
Chair,
address?
that would apply to anyone who's also spoken, and if they have
Yes,
prepared notes, they can also submit those.
Correct, sorry. If someone already spoke and you want to submit that for the record, please do. Thank you. Name and address, please.
My name is Carrie Gersh, 353 East Bonneville, Unit 609. My husband and I have been Las Vegas residents since 2002. We currently live downtown at Jewel and are in the process of purchasing a unit at the Ogden. We're very concerned about our property values if waivers are granted at the Ogden. The Ogden gained FHA approval in December of 2016. This opened the door to bank loans that weren't available prior. If waivers are approved, the building's FHA status is put in jeopardy. This would directly impact my ability to refinance my mortgage in the future. If the Ogden's FHA status is not renewed in December 2018, when it expires, should I choose to sell my home, the pool of potential buyers would be massively depleted. The city actively promotes downtown as a great place to live. We love downtown. We want to see it thrive. Please protect those of us who live here full-time.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Richard Giese. I'm in Unit 1607 at the Ogden. Last name is Gisi. And I will be very brief. Las Vegas is a party destination. I think the party has arrived at the Ogden. We have endless parties, noise, drunken people in the halls, broken glass in the pool, etc. And some of our short-term rentals have been advertised as cannabis crash pads. Lately, we saw a unit promoted on adults-only social media. So please deny all requests for these distance waivers. Thank you.
Thank you for your brief comments tonight. Thank you. Can I get your name and address?
My name is Larry Hawkes, JACQUEZ, Unit 1101. I'll cut through and eliminate half of what I have to say and get down to, because of space confinement and restricted visibility, we have been forced to create a neighborhood watch to track and report violators. It's not so much the number of violations that causes so much grief, But how many cases must we tolerate before enough is enough? We have one licensed short-term rental. Any more will make it easier for unlicensed to hide. They will simply lower standards and undermine the Ogden. Please deny this and all requests for distant waivers in the Ogden. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name's Larry Swafford.
Larry, could you please go to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
My name's Larry Swafford. I'm at 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North. I live in Unit 1607. And I'm going to be real specific in these two units. Unit 2316 on the 23rd floor. The 23rd floor, we already have 5 unlicensed short-term rentals operating on that floor. Now we have another one wanting a license. That's 30% of the floor. And in a building that's a high-rise, it's different than a home. Our neighbors are not down the street or across the street. Our neighbors are in a wall next door this close. And when they keep rotating every week, it's very disconcerting. And again, we have this owner of both these units, out-of-state owner, wanting to hire a third party to manage them. And from what we've seen, that does not work. If it was a long-term rental, a third party manager might work.
Thank you, Mr.
But on short terms, you got to be there. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Swafford, for your comments, and thank you for everyone being brief. Is there anyone else that'd like to be heard on this item? Okay, we will close the public portion and give 1 second for a rebuttal for someone that's not here. That's closed. Commissioner Rausch?
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of things. Downtown's very near and dear to my heart, as I know it is to yours, Chairman, and to Commissioner Schlottman, many of the others sitting here tonight. Mayor even said in her State of the City, we really need people living downtown. I think the number she used was 5,500 just to be successful with what we've already got in place. Probably actually need twice that number or more to be a truly vibrant downtown. If that's the case and we really want to have people living downtown, I think we really need to examine what our motives are when we're looking at these short-term rentals and try to create an environment where people can live downtown. This certainly isn't an environment where I would want to live. And I think that it goes without saying that there's a lot of shenanigans going on. We'll leave it at that. But I want to tell the neighbors, especially you full-time resident neighbors, because we feel for you, and we admire you, and we appreciate you coming to us and telling us what's going on, because we need you to be our eyes and ears in that building. It is a very intense living arrangement when you're in a high-rise building. It's not like a neighborhood. It's a very intense neighborhood. Your street is your floor, and you share walls, and it's very different. So thank you for reaching out. I want you to know that I requested a meeting with code enforcement to find out what are the rules, what are they enforcing, where do we stand on this, because this is a very fluid topic. The county doesn't allow short-term rentals at all, but they don't have any kind of a method for enforcement. We allow short-term rentals, but we view it as a privilege, or at least I do, and we do have quite a excellent team that's doing enforcement on your behalf, and I don't know that you realize it. So I want to share some of that with you, because I requested a meeting with them after I met with you, and I know that Commissioner Quinn requested a meeting as well. What I found out, and what I think Commissioner Quinn probably found out when she was there as well, was that we have a policy for licensed and a policy for unlicensed violations. So even if we grant a license and we grant it to the wrong person, there's a vehicle for that, and that license can be taken away through infractions. And there's a notification process, a $250 fee on the first warning, $500 fee on the second warning. On unlicensed, it's much stricter. $500 as soon as the notification period runs out. And I think, Mary, if I say any of this wrong, please chime in. But I think that we give them, once we know they're operating illegally, we give them a 30-day cease and desist letter, correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes. So we give them a 30-day notice and order, and they have 30 days to take corrective action to cease and desist. And if they don't, then it's $500 per day that we find them renting.
So that's quite punitive, and we have a few that we're going to be starting to enforce, I think next week on the 21st. You told me about one in the Scotch 80s that I think we're going to be imposing a fine of about $61,000 on this particular homeowner who has denied that he's operating illegally, but we have all the information now because there's sources now that are, because it's the internet, we have access to information, and we're able to subpoena information through the city attorney. So I want you to know that your city is working very hard on your behalf, and as a result, we are now able to find these folks for their violations. So I want you, because when we met, I know that you were feeling very frustrated that nobody noticed, nobody knew, and you know, Mr. McCoy had been through your building, but what was happening? Is there any consequence to these violations? And I'm sorry to drone on a little bit, but I think that it's for the benefit of my fellow commissioners and for those in the audience and those watching on TV that the message is going to go out loud and clear that the fines are going to be imposed. And we're going to send a signal to everyone that you better either be a good professional operator, be willing to be responsive when there's problems in your unit, or you're going to bear the consequences. You're going to lose your license, and if you continue to operate, you're going to get fined at the rate of $500 a day. So I wanted to make sure that I shared that with you. That being the case, and that we have no applicant before us right now for the item that's at hand, I would like to make a motion for denial. If no one else has any other comments.
If I could just quickly
Oh, I
say-
apologize. I see Commissioner Schlottman's got his mic on.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly add in that, you know, that the short-term rentals, we really focus in on, obviously, a case-by-case basis. There was one that was approved tonight, so no one can say that this body doesn't look at it and approve some. But I will stand, which I've stood on every multifamily one in these high-rises, that it's just not the right environment when someone else has to pick up the bill, and things do happen. I live in a building that has a 6-month requirement, and we still have to enforce it, and we still have had to pick up bills for things that a short-term renter has caused illegally. So and I'm not going to keep saying that over and over again for these applications, but that's where I stand on it. I won't be supporting the application as well, and I'll go to Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Chairman, through you, I mean, you can set the timer at 30 seconds, that's all I need. But basically, my same comments that I always have. I built the urban lofts, 11th Street and Fremont Street. I know that people are out there, they have, you know, short-term rentals. Almost all of our lofts look the same, with a very modern red, blue, silver, green, you know, 3-story structure, open and lofty, but we only have about 4 different floor plans. And when code enforcement sends me a violation for one of the units that I have because one of my renters is putting on a short-term rental, and I look at it and I know that that's not my unit, and I have to look at it and say, okay, over the past 10 years, which house did I put blonde maple floors in? Who has this type of metal or glass rails, and who has this color couch? And I have to go through and then tell code enforcement, okay, it's not 1166, it's 1192. And if I wasn't the developer for those units, then nobody would be able to figure out who is renting what unit. So when you get into the Ogden, you could just put a dot directly on the top, and it's hard to figure out between, you know, one person and a different unit who's leasing legally and who's leasing illegally. And the only way you can, you know, really figure that out is, you know, having the residents, and the residents say, hey, I see different people coming in this house every day or every other day. And that's the only way that I found out about the residents in our place. I was talking to North Cap this past week, who is selling the Ogden units, and I told them that they need to have some kind of meeting and try coming up with some kind of solution, because it's got kind of getting out of hand that so many people. Are you trying to cut me off? Oh, no. Okay. But it's kind of getting out of hand that people are coming to us month after month after month, and the residents have to come back, and like the chairman said, we're not against short-term rentals, but there's reasons why we don't approve them in certain places, and I love short-term rentals, and I love high-rise short-term rentals when I'm out in town. I just don't know how to use them. I throw my trash down the trash chute without it being in the bag, so I don't know how to maintain them. So, anyways, for those reasons, I can't be supporting this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Roush, I know you were looking to make a motion.
I would be happy to.
Okay. Love to hear it.
On item number 75, SUP 72390, special use permit for a short-term rental, applicant owner TNOLV LLC, who I would like to note is not here tonight, not present. I would like to move for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Director.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Item number 76, can I get a motion on it? We heard these related.
Do we have to read the item into the record since it's a separate item?
I read it earlier as a
Oh, okay.
related item.
I apologize. I would like to make a motion on item number 76, SUP 72391, special use permit, applicant owner TNOLV LLC, who is not present. Motion is for denial.
And Mr. Chairman, just for the record, the comments of the neighbors will apply to items 75 and 76.
Thank you for that note. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 77, SUP 72347, applicant owner Daniel Dugan, for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1604, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required separation distance of 660 feet from a similar use. The proposed use is located within the multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use development. Special use permit SUP 71424 was approved for a short-term residential rental unit within the development by the City Council on 11/15/17, therefore requiring a waiver of 0 feet for each subsequent similar request. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note there are additional letters of protest, support, and concern since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Sure, Chairman. Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street, Moran Brandon, Bed David Moran, here on behalf of the applicant, Danny Dugan. And I don't know how you guys want to work this. I'm also representing the applicant on item number 79, 80, 81, and 82 that are all related to the Ogden.
We're just going to hear this one and just keep moving through.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Thanks.
So it sounds like you guys have heard this over and over and over again, and I'm sorry to be beating a dead horse, so to speak, especially this late in the evening, but I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with some of my neighbors. I too live downtown in a high-rise. I work on 4th and Garces. I live on 4th and Hoover. I look at the Ogden every night. The Ogden is a unique property. I think everybody can agree here. Downtown, it's actually, of all the high-rises, I would have to say it's the best suited for this type of use. It's a mixed-use development. It's located on Fremont, East, in the downtown overlay. It's zone C2. The use is permissible, in conjunction with the residential component of a mixed-use development. It's got convenient access to the airport and to downtown. You've got easy access to the 95 freeway. You're right there on Las Vegas Boulevard. The building has designated guest parking. It does have video surveillance. It does have security, and as the other neighbors have stated, it even has a concierge on property. There is a problem with the key fob system right now. They are replacing it, and they're replacing it with a system that's going to be even more secure. From what I understand, the fob system is now going to only allow access to the floors in which that resident or that occupant is allowed to go, and to the common areas. The Ogden provides something that I think is kind of needed downtown. As opposed to other, we had somebody up here that was, living in Jewel, which I'm very familiar with. My office is on that same block. I live in another high-rise. They're a little bit, they're off Fremont. You have Ogden, which is right there. I mean, it's essentially, people are coming to downtown. We want people to come downtown. it provides a nice alternative for business people looking for nicer accommodations downtown. You know, for the family that doesn't want to stay in one of the smaller kind of older rooms there on Fremont, this gives them an alternative to stay in a nicer place that might have, you know, some additional bedrooms and give them the opportunity to, you know, use a pool while they're there or something similar. As stated earlier, the City Council has already approved one special use permit in the Ogden. There is short-term rentals that are allowed. Obviously, that kind of took the rest of everybody else out of the game, right? You know, you have one person. It's not like a residential neighborhood where you could have, you know, some separation down the street. I mean, it's vertically or horizontally integrated. You get one, everybody else is out. So with that in mind, you know, you guys have seen me up here before. I'm not a litigator. I'm somebody that wants to work with people to come up with solutions. I'm not trying to, you know, take anybody to task or anything like that. I'm trying to come up with solutions to make this a safe and harmonious, you know, community and building where short-term renters and full-time occupants can, you know, coexist without all this animosity, which is currently, I think, taking over the building. The HOA recently sent out a survey in December of 2017. There were only 86 responses. They sent it to all the owners in the building. Of those responses, it was pretty much evenly split for those for and those against. I think the actual numbers were there were 44.19% or 38 units in favor of short-term rentals that responded. 48% of those surveyed were not in favor of an amendment to the CCNRs. And I apologize. I don't mean to keep going. Anyway, what I'm saying is, basically, there's a way that we could create a framework to make this work so that we don't have all these illegal, you know, short-term renters. People are licensed. As the commissioner said earlier, there's, you know, I've been working with Officer McCoy in court enforcement. I've been working with Supervisor Ozuna. Okay,
We've gone well over the time, so I'm going to have to please ask you to step back, and I'm going to open up the public hearing. You'll have a chance to have a rebuttal as well. I'm going to open up a public hearing. Again, I'm going to ask, please be brief. If the comments are the same, you can give your name, address for the record, turn in comments and say same. If there's something new, please state it.
May I put this
Each have
down?
1 minute. Need your name and address, please.
Richard Giese, Ogden, Unit 1607. And I would like to say that Unit 1604, I think you're representing, correct?
I can't have you speak to the
16
applicant. I need you to speak to
Well,
the
no,
board.
but I think he said 1604, right?
Yes.
Anyway, I'm on the 16th floor. There are 6 illegal operating Airbnbs. This is one of them. And can you see the pictures of the trash we see and all of that? Okay, the owner's an investor in California. He's been running this unlicensed Airbnb since April 2017 that we know of. He was issued a cease and desist by the code enforcement on December 1st. And as of 3 weeks ago, I'm still seeing people filter in and out of there. Okay, they claim Airbnb reviews are an adequate screening method. We all know they're not. And the owner lives in California. They run this by remote control, and they never meet their guests or orient them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to be heard? Mr. Swafford?
Yes. Larry Swafford, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, and 1607 is my unit number. There was a reference to a survey that was done by the board, and my comment on that is, at the board meeting, it was presented the survey was going to be run. There are no homeowners on the board. There's only the investors. What was presented was, we felt defeated when we left. So the low turnout in the voting, I think people felt like it was not going to make any difference. We have no control yet. We will in the future. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swafford. Anyone else like to be heard? Please step up to the microphone so we can get
This
through
is
this.
for item number 81.
We're on item number 77.
Oh, I thought he covered,
No, we're
Three.
we're talking specifically on 77.
oh,
Anyone else want to be heard? Okay, thank you. We're going to close the public portion. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, Mr. Seibert, for a rebuttal.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand the concerns of the neighbors. I live in a building where there used to be short-term rentals. I can say this. My applicants, the people I represent, and the people that I've talked to that you know, are in the Ogden that I know, they want to come up with a solution. We want to work with everybody to make this a great place to live. You know, I think it would be better to have people with business licenses and land use entitlements where there's a method or a methodology in place to keep track of these people, to make sure that they're held to the standards the city has laid out for them, as opposed to all these, you know, illegal Airbnbs or VBROs or whatever people are doing, these short-term rentals. I know that, you know, as far as code enforcement, you know, giving notice and orders to people, yeah, my applicant had received one of those. As soon as he received it, you know, he vacated his calendar. And I know that I've been in talks with Supervisor Azuna and Officer McCoy, and I laid out, hey, these are my guys. These are the dates that they're going to have, you know, guests. These are the dates that they're going to be there personally, because they're not just investors from California. I know Danny. Danny bought this unit because the Raiders are coming to town. He's a huge Raiders fan. You know, while he's out of town, he's a young guy. He's younger than I am. He'd like to make some money, you know, so that he could cover his mortgage. This gives people an opportunity to purchase homes here in Las Vegas and enjoy the city that we all love to live in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to close this portion and turn it over to the board. I'll start off by saying, you know, I do stand in the same place, but I will say I appreciate you trying to take kind of a new approach. That's why we'll let you speak, or I wanted you to speak a little longer. I'm at the point where I don't like just the no's. I'd like to hear a solution. I still haven't heard a good, clear solution on how a short-term rental can work in a multifamily environment. It's not just the Ogden. There's plenty of other places where I feel like the same problem applies. And so until we get there, I'm just, unfortunately, I'm going to be stuck in the same place. Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I don't believe there's anybody that could honestly say that flooding the Ogden with short-term rentals is in the best interest of the residents that have purchased there. I think it's really disingenuous for anybody to come up here and act as though, you know, they really feel as though they're looking to put the Ogden and the residents at the forefront of trying to make a better community, because it's not. Because if you did, then you wouldn't be trying to get a short-term rental inside the Ogden, right? You're going to just, I mean, it's just crazy. If I was living there, you got a floor with 6 short-term rentals on one floor, another floor with 5 or 6 on another floor. I mean, that's just bad. And I know these people didn't buy into these communities to have so many people inundate them on a day-to-day basis, a weekly basis with short-term rentals. And I'm sure wherever you live, you said you live in a high-rise someplace, or you live downtown, if you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want your family and your kids and your guests to come into an environment where they're just inundated with, you know, people who are, you know, coming in for the weekend for a couple of days. Next thing you know, it's somebody else, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. That's just crazy. And if you share a wall with this unit, then it's got to just be like ridiculously nuts. And I really believe when you say that your applicant wants to, you know, work with to make it better, you know, there are a lot of these people are looking for nothing. They aren't trying to make a community. They're just trying to make a couple dollars. You know, the person in front of you has 2 rentals. You're representing 4 or 5 other people or whoever in the same building. I don't understand how that's responsible. I don't know if you have an obligation to be responsible in what you do, but I don't think that's responsible to even come up in front of here and to try to really sell us that these people are genuine and they're trying to do what's best for the Ogden. I think you just better up. You kind of said it. The guy's bought it. The Raiders are coming and he wants to rent it and make money. Okay, that's honest. That's not coming into a community though and trying to make it better. Thanks.
I just have a brief comment through you, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
before we have a vote. My comment was this: my councilwoman, Lois Tarkanian, Mayor Pro Temp, wrote the ordinance for the short-term rentals. It's 660 feet. Doesn't matter if it's up, down, McNeil Estates, where Mr. and Mrs. Roper have their place. This ordinance was written by my councilwoman, and she didn't say, let's write an ordinance for a street or for this. It was for the entirety of the city of Las Vegas, and this is their neighborhood. There's one within 660 feet, so you can call it horizontal, vertical, you can call it whatever you want. Party is over at the Ogden. That's it.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Chairman, set the timer for 5 seconds. I'm going to be brief.
Set.
Okay. I appreciate people coming up, and I appreciate you coming up and tonight and stating that we have a good operator and this and that, because I do believe there's going to be good operators and bad operators, but we're not necessarily looking at operators. That's Title VI, that's business licensing. We're looking at it from a Title 19, just plan and use, and is it right for from a plan standpoint? Evidently, our staff doesn't think so. And this commission doesn't think so. So anyways, sorry, I went over by like 10 seconds.
I'd like to entertain a motion, though.
You might have to just make one quick 5 seconds. Slotman seconds.
Here we go.
You know, there's so many people come in front of this board, this commission, and said that the Ogden is short-term rental friendly, or that they were told they could use short-term rentals. I think there's some type of obligation that falls on the onus of the people who sold those units to you guys, because I think you were really shortchanged, and I think there's some repercussions that need to happen with them, because it seems as though people had good intentions off of what they were told, and they were told something different, and it's unfortunate that that's happened. It's almost like a Ponzi scheme to a certain extent, but that's all I want to say.
Thank you,
for the
Commissioner.
record.
Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, item
Commissioner
number
Quinn?
77, follow staff's recommendation on SUP 72347 for denial.
Motion on the floor. Yes vote is for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 77 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 78, SUP 72394, applicant owner Jack and Hildy Lancaster for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 920, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Staff Roper, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. The proposed use is located within the multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use development. Special use permit SUP 71424 was approved for a short-term residential rental unit within the development by the City Council on 11/15/17, therefore requiring a waiver of 0 feet for each subsequent similar request. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note that there are additional letters of protest, support, and concern since publication.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Steve Newmeyer. My address is 9713 Serene Star Way. I'm representing the owner, Jack and Hilda Lancaster. They are my brother and sister-in-law. My wife and I had just recently moved out to Las Vegas, and I'm representing him tonight on this hearing. Unfortunately, he was planning on being here tonight. He does live in California. He is an investor, but he had a personal issue. He could not attend this meeting tonight, so I'm going to be his representative, and I'm going to be part of his solution for his rental property.
Okay. Would you like to speak anything specific to the
Yes, sir. Just so, I don't know what has been said, but Mr. Lancaster and his wife invested in this property back in 2005. They took possession of that property in 2008 when the downturn of this market. The condos were selling for $400,000 and $500,000. The majority of the investors pulled out. that building had a chance of failing if it wasn't from other investors stepping in and my brother-in-law holding fast for that development because they believed in the redevelopment of Las Vegas. That was part of it. That's how that property was invested. I was living in Colorado. I was interested in investment too, but unfortunately I couldn't afford that. So I never invested in it. I couldn't afford to buy a property at that cost. In 2008, when they took over, I remember flying in and we'd visit. There was nobody in the Ogden except for the top floor, the penthouse suites, and that was all short-term rentals and owned by one individual. And so it's been a history of short-term rentals. I understand the concerns. My brother-in-law has come to me and said, hey, I wasn't aware of this licensing that was passed, so I quickly did some research trying to come to this meeting and have some type of intelligence on what went on. This discussion's been going on since May of 2017 with your council people. October 17th, they had final reading on this. And then the issue is the party houses, security, and a disruption. Well, I understand that, and Mr. Lancaster got a letter posted on his door. He's in violation. Hey, Steve, can you go down there? I said, yeah, I'll be happy to. He's family. So I have a vested interest. I want to help him, and I'll be part of that solution. What his plan is, I will take over his reservations. I will meet with the people. I live 15 to 18 minutes away from the property. I'll have full access to the property. This is a very unique and kind of a unique situation and extraordinary because I was there. I heard the pitch. This is an investment property. We want you to invest it. The building was going to go belly up.
Mr. Newmayer, I need you to wrap up on the presentation.
So we're here with a solution. We want you to grant the variance because we don't think one person should have sole authority to rent this. It should be a multitude of people that are responsible. And we think we're coming with a plan. We have a plan in place. My wife and I will take over the rentals. We will come down and meet people, fix problem. If there's a problem, I'm here in 15, 18 minutes, depending on the traffic and going through the spaghetti bowl. I'll be here. We have a plan in place for him to continue this rental because it's family. So I would have a vested interest in making sure the property's done right and the people are rented. He has rules. He publishes rules. He's taken it right from the website. So I know that he's ready to go. They're going to be posted inside the door, on the door, and everything else. So we would like you to consider another alternative, just to say, no, we're not going to grant it. Here's a chance, because I think the 660 rule is I think it's horizontal.
Mr. Newmayer, I need you to wrap up.
So we would just like the grace of having a variance afforded to us at this time.
Thank you. If I could have you step aside, please. I'm going to open this up for a public hearing. There's 3 microphones, same comments as before on my end. Please be brief. Your name and address for the record.
Nancy Seamers, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1903. You can see on the picture here there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units on the 9th floor that are currently renting short-term, and which is illegally. This California investor says they purchased Unit 920 specifically for short-term rental investment. It is the responsibility of owners and buyers to do their own due diligence on local laws. There has been a lot of publicity in the Las Vegas short-term rental laws before and after June of 2017, yet this investor says in their application they became aware of city in November, even as they continue to rent through Airbnb. They apparently do not care about city laws or their neighbors or any damage done by tenants of their unlicensed rental. It would not be covered by their insurance or the HOA insurance. They received cease and desist notice already on December the 1st, but this unit is still available for overnight rental posted on Airbnb. They have 4 reviews in January.
Thank you for your comments.
Please deny.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to be heard on this public portion? Seeing no one else and knowing that there is other opposition in the crowd, appreciate you being brief. We're going to close the public portion, and I'll give you a minute to come back up. I'll give you 2 minutes to come back up, Mr. Newmayer, for a rebuttal.
As the board just heard, there is new legislation, and that's just what it is. It's new legislation. This legislation wasn't around when this building was purchased it was purchased investment properties with the belief that they can come and spend 6 and 8 months. Initially, he started renting this at 6 and 8 months at a time. Then he went short term. Then he came out and spent time with him and his wife. But it's an investment property. That's how it was marketed. And there was no rules when it was purchased. And I just want to make sure it's clear that a lot of the people that are here now, he's trying to fix it. I'm trying to help him. I'm part of the solution. I'm trying to help him fix the problem. I just don't want you to grant something and think there's no follow-up. There is going to be follow-up. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Neumeier. I'm going to close this, turn it over to the board, and I'll start off by saying, again, hoping for a clear plan of action, and I think I haven't heard it yet, of how this could work in a multifamily residential area. I agree earlier with Commissioner Creer's comments about, people, it's unfortunate that they purchased in this building and are in the situation that they're in, maybe feeling that they purchased under the guise of something else. I don't know, but what we have in front of us is a very specific application for a very specific waiver that's being requested against our ordinance, and I'm still with staff's recommendation on the dial on this. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, same comments. Again, it doesn't come down to anything but a plan matter. It's unfortunate, but we can't evaluate, if you're running it or if it's a family member or whatever. I mean, it comes down to, is it right from a planning standpoint? And at this point, I think it's not right from a planning standpoint until the Ogden comes up with clear direction. So that's all the comments I have.
Commissioner Creer.
No, I'll be more than happy to make a motion.
Please.
Thank you. Agenda item 78, SUP S2394. I move for, along with staff's recommendation, for denial.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 79, SUP 72411, applicant owner Bruce and Tiffany R. Marler for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation, and from a similar use where 660 feet is required, at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2503. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. The proposed use is located within the multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use development. Special use permit SUP 71424 was approved for a short-term residential rental unit within the development by the City Council on 11/15/17, therefore requiring a waiver of 0 feet for each subsequent similar request. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note that there are additional letters of protest, support, and concern since publication.
Thank you. Mr. Seibert, can I get your name and address for the record?
Sure. Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street, Moran, Brendan, Ben-David Moran, here on behalf of the applicant, the Marler family, who is requesting, obviously, a special use permit to conduct lawful short-term rentals in the Ogden. I'm going to be up in front of you guys for a few more items, all relative to the Ogden. So since I have time, I'd like to use it to kind of address what I think everybody has been saying. We can continue to deny these things, just boom, boom, boom. And you're going to have dozens, I'm sure, of these applicants coming before you guys over the next, several months. And I feel it's disingenuous to say that these people don't care about the laws in Las Vegas or the ordinances, because I can tell you they do. Because they've all come into my office very concerned, and they want to get in compliance. I've told you before, they're working with code enforcement. They vacated their calendars, my applicants, because as soon as they got hit with a notice and order, I'm going, yeah, you guys can't be doing this. Let's bring it into compliance, and let's do this the right way. And everybody's in agreement. And they do want to do this the right way. And, I know that there's some people that are from out of state that are, looking to invest. My guy Danny, what I meant to say was, he bought this because the Raiders are coming to town. He's a Raiders fan. He wants to be there for that. Not, you know, he's going to have his guests or something. No, it was something that he bought for himself. Anyway, these are people that are responsible people. They are responsible homeowners. They're people that are concerned with the community, and they do want to, you know, comply with the codes of the city of Las Vegas. That's why they're before you tonight. That's why, you know, they've taken the time to work with you guys or code enforcement and hopefully the city council in the future to come up with a framework to make this happen. You know, I understand that you know, there's a 660-foot separation requirement. There's also a special use mechanism that will allow you to waive that requirement. It's one of the only waivable requirements under the code.
Mr. Cyber, I have to ask
So,
you to wrap
I
up on your
understand.
presentation. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll give you 2 minutes to, again, have a rebuttal. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this?
I just wanted to point out that
Get your name and address for the record.
Oh,
please.
sorry. Tricia Kay, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2002. Just wanted to point out that this owner applied for their special use permit on December the 18th. They kept renting even after they'd applied, and even the application was after they'd attended workshops given by City Code Enforcement at the Ogden in November and December. On January 6th, they got notified with a cease and desist notice, and they still kept renting for several weeks after that. Yes, now they have frozen it finally. So from our point of view, they are not observant of laws or neighbours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kay, for your comments. Anyone else like to be heard on this? Noting that there are additional people in opposition that aren't speaking, I'm going to close the public comment, give Mr. Seibert 2 minutes to rebuttal, and we'll turn it over to the commission.
Thank you, Chairman. So, with respect to the comment made about people continuing to rent after this notice and order, as soon as the notice and order was received, I reached out to Code Enforcement. I talked to Eric McCoy. I told him, hey, look, this is what's going on. My people, they're applying for the special use permit. What do I need to do? Do I need to go over there today and kick people out? Or is there some sort of compromise where I don't have to throw people on the street, but we can start clearing the calendar and I can let you know? Because we had a month. You know, they got hit on January, whatever. They had till, I believe the reinspection period began again on February 3rd. In that time, the Marlers have cleared out the calendar. You know, Supervisor Ozuna said, hey, if you got somebody in there right now, or you have somebody that's going to be there, you know, in a week from the day that they receive that notice and you can't clear the calendar or something, of course we're not going to make you throw people on the street, but let us know when they've left, let us know when the calendar's clear, let us know if they're going to have any guests or if them themselves are going to be there, so there's no confusion with anybody, you know, other residents that are apparently monitoring these things as they should, to make sure that, you know, there aren't any, you know, illegal renters coming in, and that's what they've done. You know, I know for a fact because I'm the one that made the calls. I'm the one that cleared the calendar. For the Marlers in particular, I mean, these guys are the type of people that you want, you know, doing short-term rentals in the Ogden. They're very involved in all the HOA meetings. They've kind of spearheaded an effort with all the people in the building that want to go forward with short-term rentals to try to figure out a framework to do that so that all these concerns that people have can be alleviated. You know, and with that, I'll wait till my next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seibert. I'm going to close this and turn it over to the commission. I'll start off by saying, again, you know, it's something where not only have I voted no for these waivers in multifamily, I don't even agree with the original one that got approved personally. I still don't see a clear mechanism how this type of building can function without some really, you know, as I think about, I'm trying to think of solutions myself, without really strict management that makes people happy and have a building that kind of functions harmoniously, and that doesn't exist today. It just doesn't. Maybe it'll come in the future. It doesn't exist today. So again, not to be repetitive, I will turn it over to my other commissioners.
Chairman?
Commissioner Schlotman.
I'm going to be the broken record, and I'm going to repeat myself. Title 19, we're not talking about Title 6. We're not talking about how good the person is that's operating the unit, with all due respect to everybody who's coming up tonight. We are here based on, is this appropriate for this particular building, or is it not? Because we can approve it today, they can get a license tomorrow, and then they can sell it to me, and I'll throw parties in it every night in the week. That's not right. I don't want to hear anything further tonight about Title VI and how good a particular applicant is. This is just about the particular property. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will echo that I'm sure there are great people involved in this that have kind of gone down this, but that's not what we're here to vote on. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yeah, just not to be repetitive, I think everybody feels the same way on pretty much everything that's about to come before us in this building. There's a code in place, 660 feet. Like Commissioner Quinn said, doesn't matter if it's vertical or horizontal. At the end of the day, until that's changed, I can tell you right now, I will never vote for another one in there. And like the chair said, I don't even believe in the first one should have went in there. So if these people created a self-imposed hardship on themselves, well, that's their bad. You know, at the end of the day, that's how I feel about it. I've made bad investments myself and had to eat it some way or another. I have a feeling that these people plan to live there a long time, that are here constantly. Since I've been a commissioner, I've seen them almost every single month on an issue in that Ogden. And I think at the end of the day, the point has to get across. The party's over. I think the commissioner said it the best way. And you can keep representing these people, but I think you're doing them injustice by doing that and letting them know, let's get through the code first and fix it, and then come back and see if we can do something down the line. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to deny item 79, SUP 72411.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 80, SUP 72412, applicant owner Marshall Family Trust for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 902, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. The proposed use is located within the multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use development. Special use permit SUP 71424 was approved for a short-term residential rental unit within the development by the City Council on 11/15/17, therefore requiring a waiver of 0 feet for each subsequent similar request. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use is incompatible. Please note there are additional letters of protest, support, and concern since publication.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street.
Thank you, Mr.
Moran, Brandon, David Moran. So I'll stick with Title 19. I'm familiar with Title 19. This location actually meets all the requirements except for one, and it's the one requirement that's allowed to be waived via a special use permit. So it's there. It could be there. It's just a matter of finding out a solution that's going to make everyone happy so that the 660-foot requirement can be waived, which would be in accordance with Title 19. It's permissible. The zoning's correct. The mixed-use development component with the residential component is correct. Like, it meets everything with the exception of a 660-foot separation requirement, which I don't like to Monday morning quarterback, but in retrospect, you know, it could have been written a little bit differently, the code, perhaps. And you're right. Maybe there's a time to go back and you know, do a text amendment or something to that effect. You know, as far as me coming up and representing all these people, this is the first time you've ever seen me come up and represent anybody from the Ogden. It just so happens that everybody at the Ogden apparently thought it would be best to have one voice going forward. And that's fine. If you know anything about me, I'm tenacious. I was a boxer before I became an attorney. So I'm used to a good fight, and I don't take anything personally, guys. And I understand where you're coming from, and I understand that you're trying to do what's best for, the full-time residents and the people of Las Vegas. And I want to do that as well, because I'm a resident of the city as well. I live right down the street from the Ogden. This is something that it's going to happen. We're going to find a solution here. I'm an optimist. I think that there is a solution. I've been trying to work and reaching out to the councilman to come up with that solution, and I hope we can find it soon. And with that, I would ask that you approve this.
Thank you, Mr. Seibert. I'm going to open this up for the public hearing. This has been noticed. Mrs. Kay? Name and
Tricia
address.
Kay, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2002.
Thank you.
Just keep it simple. We ask for the same protections as any other homeowner in Las Vegas. That's one short-term rental per 660 foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Also note that there are additional people in opposition in the crowd. We will close the public portion. Mr. Seibert, if you'd like a minute to come back up and have a rebuttal if you feel like you need to add anything to it. In all fairness.
I respect what the neighbors are saying. I do. But it's easy to come up here and just say, we don't want it. I think the harder thing to do is to come together with the people on the other side and come up with a solution. And I really think that that's where this needs to go. I really do. And with that, I'll let you guys make your determination. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the board. I will like to say I appreciate you trying to make a case with different angles, and I think you are sincere in what you're doing. And it just, again, I still, unfortunately, I don't feel like I'm going to hear that mechanism tonight that makes this work in this environment. I hope someday that it does get to that point, but I still don't hear it tonight.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Let me ask you something. I got to give it to you, man. I got to give it to you.
I got to give it to you.
I don't know if I can keep doing it. I think I would have just, asked to pull it without prejudice. But listen, tell me a solution then. You keep saying, give me an idea of a solution.
I think the solution is really in the business licensing aspect and the code enforcement aspect. I think that if you get all these people in line, and I know people have said this before, and I'm sorry I'm taking everybody's time, but I do want to answer this question because I have thought about this.
Please, briefly. Please.
Chairman, I understand. Although I am also the last person on the agenda as well. Sorry, guys. And I would like to reach out and talk to all you guys, personally, after this meeting, obviously, because I'm not going to quit. My applicants aren't going to quit. And we do want to see a solution. And I think the solution is approving these things so that we could regulate them and we know who's doing what. Because you're right, having dozens of unlicensed Airbnbs is terrible. I've also lived in a high-rise in the county where I went from being in a great high-rise with all sorts of people on my floor to being the only resident full-time on my floor. Having said that, there were no problems. I kind of missed my neighbors, but it was just kind of a lonely floor to live on after that. And so I understand all aspects of this, and I do think that the way to move forward is to, not just, deny everybody, flat out, but to start bringing people into the fold that you know who they are, you know how to get a hold of them, if there's an issue or a problem that you're going to have somebody to reach. I know that Officer McCoy and Supervisor Ozuna, they all have my cell phone numbers. I've told them to call me 24 hours a day if there's a problem with any of my applicants.
Thank you. We're gonna wrap up and go.
I just have a brief comment.
I was going to say if we can. I don't know if we're going to solve this solution tonight.
We're not.
So. I don't know.
So let's, if there's a motion on the...
Excuse me, I just wanted to make a comment, though, to this young attorney here. We're not here to discuss how to fix it here tonight, because this is a board, and, we're here for hours. But I'll tell you this, you have so many of these that if it was my opinion in the next 2 weeks or before the appeal process, I would make a homeowners association, or I would make a neighborhood meeting with these people, and I would say, what can we do? Because you obviously are coming back and back. That's number one. And number two, the second thing is I asked my friend here, Sam Cherry, because I know he lives in a certain development, and I said, what is the secret of where you live? And he said, well, we have a 6-month rental. So here's the thing. Something has got to be fixed. Something's wrong. I'm talking fast because we all want to move on. But I'll tell you this, you have an opportunity to make a good relationship with these people. You're smart, and you need to figure out the HOA is wrong, their 6-month thing is wrong, and that you need to figure this out. So in between now and city council or whatever, I would make.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Vice Chair. Any other comments? Commissioner Creer, did you want to have anything?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, sir.
Agenda item 80, SUP S2412, move for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Yes vote is for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is a final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 81, SUP 72413, applicant owner Pamela Joyner for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2315, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. The proposed use is located within the multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use development. Special use permit SUP 71424 was approved for a short-term residential rental unit within the development by the City Council on 11/15/17, therefore requiring a waiver of 0 feet for each subsequent similar request. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial. The use is incompatible. Please note there are additional letters of protest, support, and concern since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record? We'll have 2 minutes for a presentation. Mr. Seibert.
Thank you, Chairman. Matthew Seibert at 630 South 4th Street, Moran, Brandon, Ben David Moran, on behalf of the applicant, who is near and dear to my heart, Pamela Joyner. She was actually here earlier this evening. She actually had to leave to go to bed, staying at her unit in the Ogden. Really nice woman. Anyhow, I think you all know exactly where I'm going with this and how I feel and what I think about the Ogden in moving forward. And with that, I'll let you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate it. City
For the sake of time, I guess since the applicant and the residents have about the same answers or responses to each of these items, is it possible just to have the record reflect that on the particular items that he's representing, that his argument is the same for the previous items?
That's what I was trying to do when I first got up here.
It is possible. So,
is that possible without having to waste time to keep going through the same exact arguments?
Well, I have to open it up for public hearing. I will say that if there's no one coming up to the mic, we would like to close it, hearing the same thing on multiple applications in the same location. I will note that are over 7 people in the audience, over 7 people that are in opposition of this, that we do have a long record on. So if you don't mind, I'd like to close that. And then, Mr. Seibert, I'll give you 15 seconds to comment.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the 15 seconds. You know, obviously, I would ask that you approve item number 81. And with that, I'll defer to your.
Thank you, Mr. Seibert. I'm going to turn it over to the Commission. Commissioner Schlottman.
I changed my mind. I think I like this.
Oh, God.
All right, no more comments.
No more comments. Commissioner Creer.
Agenda 81, SUP S2413, I move for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Yes vote is for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 82, SUP 72414, applicant owner William F. and Sandra A. Gleason for possible action on request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental unit with a waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation for a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1112, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. The proposed use is located within the multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use development. Special use permit SUP 71424 was approved for a short-term residential rental unit within the development by the City Council on 11/15/17, therefore requiring a waiver of 0 feet for each subsequent similar request. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use is incompatible. Please note there are additional letters of protest, support, and concern since publication.
Thank you. Mr. Seibert, I need your name and address for the record, and if there isn't a lot of additional stuff for the application, I'll give you 30 seconds to talk about it.
Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street, Moran Brandon Benjamin Moran for the applicant, Bill and Sandy Gleason. Same thing. I promise this is my last Ogden applicant. You know, it's tough coming up here, you know, and it's tough coming up here 5 times in a row.
I agree.
You know, it's one of those things that, you know, I think we're going to work together after this, and we're going to create a framework, and we'll figure out a solution to this problem, because whether it's me coming up here, you know, or next month somebody else, this is something where you guys know there's just so many of these things going on, not just in the Ogden, but all around the city of Las Vegas. You know, we'll figure out a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seibert. Thank you for being brief. This is a public hearing. It has been noticed. I would ask the same thing. I will note that there are over 7 people in opposition, same as the previous applications with a long record. Seeing no one coming up to the mic for additional items or for additional comments, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Seibert, if you have anything you'd like to add, I'll give you a second to add it.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, I just want a point of clarification really quick. I know it's final action, Planning Commission this evening. Well, you said that after my first denial tonight, but I can still appeal to the city council within 10 days, correct? Okay, yeah, I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah, you appeal at the city clerk.
Right, within 10 days, and then it goes to city council. I just want to be clear on that. That's fine. That'll give me some time to speak to councilmen and get their input, and, you know, try to do, you know, right by you guys as well, to create a framework so that the next time, you know, people are coming up before you guys, you know, we can be more successful and have a more productive, I think, meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Seibert. We'll close this portion, turn it over to the staff. That is what I'd like to hear is you know, someone that's going to work towards a solution, and appreciate Mr. Seibert saying that, and hopefully that you can wrangle everybody in and get there, because it would be nice to see. Commissioner Creer.
Hi, item 82, SUP 72414, move for denial.
Motion on the floor, yes vote is for denial. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 83, SUP 72417, applicant owner Zuki Page for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1507, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. The proposed use is located within the multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use development. Special use permit SUP 71424 was approved for a short-term residential rental unit within the development by the City Council on 11/15/17, therefore requiring a waiver of 0 feet for each subsequent similar request. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use is incompatible. Please note there are additional letters of protest, support, and concern since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record? And I'll give you 2 minutes to speak on the application.
Good evening. Zuki Page, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1507. I honestly was about just to walk away because I kind of know the answer, right? But I think it should be fair to speak a little bit on my behalf. I bought this property not too long ago. I haven't rented yet. I wanted to do everything by the book. I own a property in Mexico, Cabo San Lucas, that I've been renting on this format, vacation rentals, for the past 10 years with no one complaint, not even one little complaint. Maybe because I am very selective. I have rules and regulations. I have insurance. I have a daily housekeeper who allows me to check on my guests. I do not accept singles Vegas, I've been living in Vegas for 15 years, and Vegas is more than party. Vegas is also families. Families came to Vegas, my family come and visit. So I think that they might be, I mean, maybe not today, maybe not for this building, but maybe just to give it a thought, because it could be rules and regulations that it can be enforced. I understand that 660 feet, it was implemented for residentials, but now it's a high-rise, and maybe it should be at least one per floor. I mean, I don't know. You guys are, you know, who make the decision ultimately. Well, I guess I got nothing else to say, and I won't even come and repeal to these people, so I thank you so much.
Thank you,
and
Ms.
good
Page,
evening.
for your comments. I appreciate that. If you could just step aside, I'm going to open up for public comment. If anyone would like to be heard on this portion, we are in the same applications. If anyone, please quickly come up if someone needs. Mr. Swafford.
Real short.
Thank you. Name and address for the record.
150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1607. This owner does not live in the building.
Your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Larry Swafford.
Thanks, Mr. Swafford.
The owner does not live in the building. She does own the unit. I believe she lives in Henderson. And we're right back to an absentee owner. They never show up with the people they're renting to, and it's one problem after another. So this is no different than any of the previous ones.
Thank you, Mr. Swafford. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public portion. Mrs. Page, would you like to say anything else?
I live in a building. I travel a lot, but I do live in a building. I had never rented a building. Yes, I have another apartment on Henderson that I've been renting while I was fixing this apartment, and but I do live in a building, so.
Thank you for your comments, Ms.
Okay.
Page. I'm going to turn this over to the board for discussion and vote. I would maybe encourage Ms. Page to talk to Mr. Seibert, and hopefully they can find a solution on this. Mr. DeSalvio, Commissioner DeSalvio.
I guess until we find a solution to the problem, and I'd love to see more in there if we can make it work, but until then, I'm going to ask for a motion to deny on item 84, SUP 72379.
83.
Sorry, 83.
No problem. Motion on the floor. Yes vote is for denial. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action tonight unless the applicant appeals to the city clerk within 10 days.
Okay, moving on. Item number 84, SUP 72379. Applicant owner Richard and Stanley Turam. Apologize if I misspelled that or mispronounced that. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 641 Ampere Lane, Ward 2, Soroka. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Alex Rivlin, 1631 Cordero Bay, representing Richard and Stanley Turam.
Thank you.
There is a presentation that I have for each of the commissioners.
Thank you. Steve, can we grab those, please?
Thank you. I won't go through the whole presentation here, but ultimately, I've heard a lot now with a number of these in regards to Title 19. When Richard and Stanley were looking for a unit, Richard will actually be out here 2 months out of the year for his occupation. And when they were looking, they made sure to go to the interactive map that the city provides within planning to look at the 660 feet guidelines to make sure that everything was going to be in compliance before purchasing the unit so that they could do this. As you know, you can't, it's not available to try to apply for a permit prior to owning the home to see if it would go, so they did it on a leap of faith that they were following all of the compliance. Again, there is no illegal usage. They purchased property on 10/1. The first person moved in last week. It is not a short-term rental. They are here until August, so it's a 6-month rental. on this one, but they are planning, after the World Series of Poker ends, because that is Richard's career, that's why he's out here for 2 months a year, to rent it on a short-term basis. You had mentioned, Mr. Chairman, earlier about things evolving. It wasn't necessarily within the short-term rental scope of things, but things are evolving, and there's a lot of different things within security that are going to be going into the property upon acceptance. One is cameras on the outside exterior to see people going in and out from the garage as well as from the rear. Additionally, there's a noise and decibel level meter that is Wi-Fi that will go back to a phone, mine as well as Richard's. So the fact that he's in New York, he does have somebody here watching out for him as well. I've lived here. I'm a 24-year Las Vegas resident. Additionally, in that evolution, Airbnb, just like they have the ratings on the actual owners of the properties and how nice the property is, they have ratings on the people going in the properties. You'll also notice that this is over by Tivoli Village. This is not near the Strip. This is not something that there is intended for party people. The anticipation is that most of the people that would be renting to will be coming out here for hikes at Red Rock and the Red Rock Rendezvous. That's a fairly big event. Emerald at Queensridge. I happened to have gotten married there years ago when it was called Emerald Gardens. A lot of great weddings. There are other wedding venues over in that area, as well as the Suncoast and Rampart that have professional conventions, along with TPC and PGA golf tournaments, things of that nature. We expect that the rentals would mainly be to families and would not be intended to have a party house. That would be of no benefit to Richard and Stanley Term.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. If you could please step aside, I'm going to open this up for a public hearing. Everyone will have a minute to speak on the application. I need your name and address for the record, and there are 3 microphones.
Good evening. My name is Alita Campbell Alexander. My address is 721 Marialdo Lane, Las Vegas, 89145. I just live a couple houses down from this proposed party house. And let me be clear, the owners will be absent landlords. I've talked to several of my neighbors. We are opposing this wholeheartedly. We've made one of the most important decisions of our life, and that is to buy a residential home in a residential area and retire. And when we bought the house, when we bought our home, it was strictly residential. It's still residential. You wouldn't think of putting a 7-Eleven or a Red Roof Inn on 641 Ampre Lane. So why would they think about putting in a short-term lease? Last but not least, I'm going to keep this short. I'm a registered nurse. I work 12 hours today. I'm going back for 12 hours tomorrow and 12 hours the next day. It's late. Why am I here wasting my time when I should be sleeping? Why do I have to be here defending my residential area? I mean, that's just a question. And lastly, this gentleman has already admitted he doesn't want this by him, where he lives. He doesn't want to live next door to it. I don't think that you want to live next door to it. We are family-oriented in our community. We have children. We have senior citizens.
To wrap up on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we really would appreciate it if you would just oppose this request.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Get your name and address, please, for the record.
Yeah, Trista Stewart, 633 Ampere Lane. I'm actually the house that's going to be right next door to this proposed special use permit. I just want to make a couple quick points. Hotels and apartments are near us. There's really no need for a short-term rental right next door in our neighborhood at all. This business would end up right next door to my family. I have young children and don't want them exposed to the nonstop partying and constant traffic of random people. And of course, this mama bear is worried about the safety of mine as well as the other neighborhood kids. Our house has already been broken into along with my vehicles on 3 different occasions. There's no real way to screen these renters to prevent further crime, which will only get worse once the raiders come. No due diligence has been done yet, including him showing up late tonight. This shows a lack of concern for the neighborhood and caring in general, which leads me to believe the rental will be neglected as well, especially since the owner lives out of state. I'm going to close with this. We bought our house because of the secluded style neighborhood and, of course, the monetary value. As you can tell from the pictures, they're pretty large lots and houses. For the last 25 or so years since our neighborhood was established, it has stayed this way. I'm sure each of you wouldn't want this in your neighborhood, so we would appreciate your support in opposing this special use permit.
Thank you for being brief,
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Stewart. Name and address for the record.
Keith Alexander, 721 Mary Aldo Lane. My wife was just up here. We personally spoke with 20 people of our neighbors. Had I known that I could get a list of their names, I would have gotten their names so that we could have a list to submit as evidence, but we didn't do that. And it has been noted, it is a residential area. It's very strange to me that we live only 4 houses away, and yet that we are allowed to be a, as my wife would call a 7-Eleven. And we are opposed to that. I'm opposed to that, simply because, again, it's been made known. The young man just said that the owners would insure, and my mind said, how can he ensure that it won't be a party house? I've been to a Airbnb. My wife and I used them before in Hawaii. Trust me, there's no way you're going to control that. And so I suggest that we deny them this application.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Laura Kohlberg, 612 Ampere Lane. I'm guessing that the staff recommended approval of this proposal because there are no short-term residential rentals within 660 feet. But I would ask you to consider that we now have a 4-story apartment complex going in within 660 feet of this property, which neither one is acceptable to me, and I think to a lot of our neighbors. We have to live with the apartments now because it's already been approved, but I hope you will decline this request to prevent further noise and disruption to our neighborhood. I would also hope that you would look at the number of responses that were returned via the postcards and online comments, because I understand we had at least 30, if not more, in opposition to the proposal. And then I just wanted to point out also that the owner just acquired this property in October, and therefore it was clearly their intention to make this a rental.
Thank you for your comments. Much appreciated. Can you name and address for the record?
My name is Gina Mantor. I live 8692 Ledgeview Court in the cul-de-sac. I've lived there going on 20 years. I oppose this. I've had a person that lived in the circle that was a party person. They had truck pulls. They did all kinds of crazy things. They finally sold the house. Now a really nice family lives in there with small children. 20 years ago, I walked and got a petition to get the street closed off on Mary Aldo so we wouldn't have racing cars up and down the street to go into Target from Alta. I just don't want to see it. My house is almost paid off. I want to retire. I want to be in my neighborhood where it's peaceful like it is. Wonderful neighbors. You have older people. You have young people now moving in with small children. It's just not the neighborhood for this type of a house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks for staying out. Name and address for
My
the record.
name is Ala Suna. Last name is S-U-N-N-A.
Thank you.
And I live on 8697 Ledgeview Court. I'm roughly about 20 yards away, maybe 15 yards away from that house. I have 2 little kids, 6 and 4. These kids go outside. I don't know who's going to be moving in there. I don't know if they're going to be any drug use or anything. I don't want my kids exposed to any of this. I'm an ICU nurse. I see these rape parties. I see the end products where we have these kids all intubated in ICU. I don't want my kids exposed to this. So please
Thank you,
deny.
Mr. Suna. Thank you for your comments. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing portion and ask the applicant to come back up for a minute rebuttal on this.
So, thank you again. So I certainly appreciate the concerns of all of the residents. As you know, there's a reason that there is a permitting system and it's not just a free-for-all. You do have code enforcement. I've heard a lot about that tonight as well and how you enforce it. And I would expect that you would enforce if there was any sort of issue and out of compliance. So not only am I talking about the security that we would be able to provide, but also that you would be able to provide by having it licensed as a proper short-term rental. There's also no guarantee for longer-term rentals, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, or a year. As a matter of fact, 2 doors over from me, I had somebody that was renting on a 2-year lease. We could not get them out, and it was a big, big problem. All of the neighbors complained, not tenants, it's a neighborhood with single-family residents. So you could have the issue either way. And the last thing is, they did ask me if I would want this next to me, and I said, knowing nothing, knowing just being ignorant to it, yes, no, I would not want it. However, knowing what I know about enforcement, about technology, and about how we would run it, I would be okay with it.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. I'm going to close that portion and turn it over to the commission. I'd quickly ask with licensing, if there isn't a short-term rental approved in a neighborhood, code enforcement still will be able to go into an area and levy a short-term rental that's operating illegally. Am I correct in saying that?
Mr. Chair, for the record, Mary McElhone, yes. So any neighborhood code enforcement would be going into and checking on unlicensed short-term rentals, whether there's already a short-term rental there or not.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Commissioner DeSalvio, I'll go to you after Commissioner Toussaint.
Yeah, I just want to state, I mean, I learned a lot over the course of being a commissioner since, June. It seems like we do 10 of these every time it comes around every month. And it is truly a case-by-case basis. And I've seen them, pop up on Jones and Okie. I mean, okay, it's half commercial, half residential. It kind of fits that kind of transient area. I'm very familiar with this community. This is truly a community. My dad lived in this community, and he actually off of Inglewood. So it's the same people that's been there since the community was built. They just don't go anywhere. And I just don't feel that this fits in that community. Now, I know you don't have the 660 deal going. That's not an issue for you, so it's up to this commission to make that decision. But I don't think this is harmonious and compatible to this community. There's too many kids. I can't support it just because of that reason, just because I know exactly how that community is. So, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Toussaint.
Boy, I'm just wringing my hands over this thing. I can tell you on a personal note, I would not want to be next door to this place. I just wouldn't. I have 5 grandchildren. I would want to know who my neighbors were. The house next door, if they're leasing it out for a couple of years, at least they become part of your community. When you have people in and out all the time, it's disconcerting. It really is. And I think that the neighbors start feeling unsafe. With saying that, it does match that 660 rule, and I just don't know. I'm lucky. I live in an HOA. Our documents prohibit it. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen, because it does. But I'm just really conflicted about this, and I really feel sorry for the homeowners.
I'll let her do it.
Commissioner Roush.
Do any of my commissioners have anything else they want to say?
No, I just want to say I'm going to support you on this.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a difficult situation. I know this neighborhood very well as well. I've lived in the area. I can walk to this neighborhood. I've lived here 24 years in this neighborhood. I've lived in Las Vegas my whole life. I feel that this particular neighborhood bears a little bit of an undue burden, as one of the residents already mentioned, by the fact that they back up to the Target Center, the Boca Park, as well as a new apartment complex that is going in that's going to be 4 stories peering down on them. When I walked this neighborhood during the election, I heard over and over again from people, how frustrating it is to feel like you've got people looking down at you down in your backyard from Tivoli. The 4-story apartment complex will add to that. I feel that they have an undue burden in this particular neighborhood. And whether the community has an HOA or doesn't have an HOA, I feel that part of the reason the Planning Commission exists and part of my role here is to protect the neighbors and protect the residents. I take that very much to heart, and it means a lot to me to protect the neighborhood that I live in. I'm also going to say that I have met with a lot of applicants that want to have short-term rentals. I know that Commissioner Quinn has as well, and some of the other commissioners. And what I have come to understand over time is that there are people who are real pros at doing this correctly. And unfortunately, this applicant is late to the race. I did not hear from this applicant prior to the meeting. I got the impression that this was a bum rush. No offense to the gentleman that's here representing the applicant, but I was told that this was going to be pulled. Your submittal, well done. Within an hour or whatever it is, you pulled it together, because this didn't exist at the beginning of this meeting, and I know it didn't. If it hits all the buttons, you know, it has all the hot words in it about noise attenuation, and I'm sure you talked with Nathan. That's fine, that's your prerogative. Maybe you should have hired him a month ago and had a neighborhood meeting. I'm not reprimanding you, I'm not trying to rub your nose in it, I'm just saying this is a family neighborhood. This is my ward, this is my neighborhood, and I'm not supporting you tonight. And I wish that you would have met with the neighbors before coming down here tonight, and I do apologize.
Commissioner, please, motion.
So if no one else has any comments, my motion is for denial of SUP, apologize, 72379, special use permit, applicant owner Richard and Stanley Turum.
This motion on the floor, yes vote is for denial. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to the City Council on the March 21st, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving along, item number 85, SUP 7. Item number 85, SUP 72404, applicant owner Northam Properties LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 2804 Northam Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use. The existing use was approved by conditional use verification and licensed in April 2017. Since that time, it has operated without any enforcement action or neighborhood complaints. In June of 2017, Ordinance 6585 was adopted and required all short-term residential rentals meet the current requirements of Title 1912, including a special use permit if applicable. This location requires approval of a special use permit due to the number of bedrooms and the fact that it is not owner-occupied during all rental periods. It does meet the distance separation requirements of 660 feet, as the nearest similar use is over 1,000 feet away, as the use meets all requirements of Title 1912 and has continuously operated since April 2017 with no enforcement issues. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the records, please?
Good evening. My name is Gene Raper, 1717 Tangiers. This is my wife, Stephanie Raper. She resides at the same location. As staff has mentioned, this is an existing licensed and has been licensed since day one, or the day before, if you will, that was ever rented to anybody. We have been in compliance at that time. Part of the requirement of that license was the 660 requirement. We had to meet that then. We meet it now. We are, in fact, something over 1,100 feet from the closest of any of those. All of the associated room occupancy taxes are paid every month and on time. We'll be submitting that when we're done to the folks there. We employ a licensed, state licensed and city licensed professional property management firm, although my wife and I are very involved in the property on a day-to-day basis. We just think in order to make sure that if we're out of town and 24-hour requirements to meet the needs of not only our tenants but the neighbors and what have you, we want to provide that. So that's why we do employ those folks. We have letters of support from our direct neighbors. Those letters state that they are aware of the fact that this is and has been a short-term, we'd like to call them vacation rentals because that's the way we advertise them, but they are aware that this is a short-term rental. Their experience with the residents and the occupants has been quite polite and respectful of the neighborhood, and that they're comfortable that the owners are interested in addressing any of the problems or concerns that may be raised by the rest of the neighborhood. Those, we have letters from both sides across the street. The neighborhood, we're going to submit those as well, if we may. We are also going to submit some guest reviews, not that you are real concerned, I'm sure, about whether the guests are happy in our homes, but they are. We're 5-star rated by the guests. They're there. The reason we submit those more so is that when people are rating us, they aren't talking about what a wonderful place that was to go party. They're talking about what a safe place it was for their children, that we have alarms on the doors that go out to the pools in the backyard, that we have games, things of that sort. Never was intended to be a party house. We've had no complaints whatsoever, no noise, no anything. These are family vacation rentals, and that's the way we rent them. We rent houses ourselves when we travel the same way. And then finally, to make sure that if there is any concerns, we are submitting pictures of the placards that are up on the front door. One states if there are any concerns with this property, here's a phone number that you can call. It's available 24 hours a day, and it also states the maximum occupancy of the residence being 2 per bedroom, which is also part of the ordinance. So
Thank you, Mr.
we
Weaver.
post that as well. Finally, we have added something since the last time we were before you. We have received one SUP approval from you folks in the past. We learned from watching some of the other folks, we have just added the unit that is connected to the internet inside the house that tells us the number of cell phones that are inside that house at any given time.
Thank
We
you.
set an alarm on it that if
Mr.
it
April.
exceeds a certain amount, we get through an app on our phone, we are told that there is more than a certain number of cell phones in there, and so does our property manager.
Thank you, Mr.
So with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions and ask for your approval on our unit.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion.
You know,
Commissioner Quinn?
This is one of those items where there is no discussion. It's the perfect applicant. It's ran appropriately. I'm sorry at the end of the agenda. I wish you were here as a standard to show people how it should be done at the beginning of the agenda, so we need to move you forward next time, Mr. Raber. But
Thank you.
anyway, regarding
Commissioner
special use permit 724,
Comments?
oh, I'm so sorry. Do you have a comment?
No.
Okay, regarding
You said
special
everything I
use
wanted to say.
I have one quick question for the applicant. Do you guys already have a short-term rental?
Are we what?
Do you already have a short-term rental?
We do. This is our second application.
This is your second one?
Yes, sir.
Different property.
Pardon?
Different property.
Oh, different property. I'm sorry, yes.
Commissioner Roush?
I just was going to echo what Commissioner Quinn said, but I wanted to state for the record that this is the type of operator that I wish had come before us just a minute ago, rather than,
Yep.
the last minute, slapdash, try to cheat off everybody else's homework and say that this is what they're doing when they really have no idea what they were even talking about. And these folks are actually doing it. We know that they do it on a day-to-day basis. And as you can tell, not only do they have best practices, but they are the leading edge in terms of the new technology and the new practices. So as far as I'm concerned, they're the gold standard.
Yep,
Thank
the
you,
gold
Commissioner.
standard.
Commissioner
With
Quinn.
that, it's a pleasure to make the approval for SUP 72404, following staff's recommendations, and I look forward to seeing you again, Mr. and Mrs. Raper. Thank
There's
you.
a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to the City Council on the March 21st, 2018 City Council agenda.
Thank you. Item number 86, SUP 72419, applicant owner, the KFLT Financial Trust, for possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 290-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 square feet is required at 2809 Merritt Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There are 2 other short-term residential rental units within this separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street of Moran, Brandon, Ben David Moran, for the applicant, KFLT Financial Trust. I'm going to surprise you all right now. I'm going to ask actually this item be held for 30 days. The applicant is with me now. She and her husband are Las Vegas residents. They live 5 minutes away from this property. I understand it's in Commissioner Quinn's ward and Tarkanian's ward. And with that, I think that the prudent thing to do here with this applicant in particular, because this isn't an Ogden property, this is actually a single-family residence, would be to take 30 days and kind of regroup and have time to discuss this with Vice Chair Quinn and Councilwoman Tarkanian and the rest of you as well, to try to come up with something that'll be to the satisfaction of all involved.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Hi, can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Patricia Montgomery. I own a property on Merritt Avenue, 2901, which is right up the street from this house. I've owned the house for 42 years. I lived in it. My daughter went to the school around the corner, which is Rex Bell. They've just built a brand new school, and it's a beautiful school. When I lived in the house, it was a family neighborhood, and it's a family neighborhood now. I'm surrounded by houses with kids, and I don't think with Palace Station looming down on this area right at the end of the street that we need short-term rentals in the neighborhood. Affordable housing is at a shortage. It's a very old neighborhood, and I don't think we should be taking homes off the market for short-term rentals.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Seibert, if you'd like to come up very quickly if you have a comment before we turn it over.
Well, I was just asking to have this item held for 30 days, actually.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm going to turn over to the commission with Commissioner Quinn.
Motion for the applicant is to hold this item for 30 days, and when, in that time, sir, you'll have the opportunity to meet with this resident and have a neighborhood meeting, which the councilwoman would request you to do because you are breaking the 660. But that doesn't mean it still does work other places, you know? So with that, my motion will be to obey for 30 days till the March, I believe, 13th meeting, SUP 72419.
Commissioner Quinn, before we do cast our votes, I see Commissioner Schlafman has a quick comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, for Mr. Seibert, there is something like 6 protest cards in the backup and 12 protest cards submitted after. So you have 18 protest cards. So you need to kind of go through that and do your homework and talk to them and talk to your immediate neighbors and see if you can get any support. So, and sorry you got beat up so bad tonight, but dude, thanks for sticking in there with us.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Nothing personal on this end, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. This is for abeyance. That motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item number 89. Excuse me, Director. Do you have to say anything to that? No, it's an abeyance. It's an abeyance. You don't have to say a thing. Number 89, citizens' participation. Citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters of the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject can be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion of any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Seeing no one, I will ask our guest Matthew to adjourn the meeting. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.